requirements for these things to be properly regulated or not. You make
Well,
some strong anything else, Jeff?
many of these organizations were created because something happened, and that something that happened had a negative effect on the population at writ large, and so we created these organizations to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Glass-Steagall was a disaster, allowing banks to sell securities and then also allowing, investment firms to open up checking accounts. It was not a good idea. And we corrected it. But now they want to undo the corrections, to Abby's point, because private industry wants to make money. Private industry can make money without doing all these things.
Thank you, Darryl. I appreciate your perspective. Always articulate and energetic, and great to hear from you. The great one, El Normo, my friend here. El Normo, are we recognizing the proper extension of presidential power? Are we making King Donnie here, Norm? What are we doing here? What's the court doing?
Well, thank you, Scott. Wonderful, energetic moderation on your part. And I just want to respond in passing to the last remark about corporations making money. There is I think, a massive misunderstanding about making money, as though somehow the pie is finite. When in fact, when corporations make money, the economy grows. And when the economy grows, there's more money for everybody, and there's more money for the government to spend on good things for the voters, good things for the populace. So, as a small example, New York was dirty, dangerous, broke before Giuliani. It was a mess. And Mayor Giuliani, having shepherded us through the Arab terrorist attacks of 9/11 by Al-Qaeda, lured businesses back by giving them tax breaks. In the city, because corporations came back, the city became prosperous and safe and clean. And there were no more people, there were no more Hoovervilles of squatters living in Tompkins Square Park or under bridges like the Williamsburg Bridge or over by the 79th Street boat basin, and people could walk the streets again. That's what happened under Giuliani, because he lured corporations back. So corporations making money, good, not bad. Economy growing, good, not bad. But let's talk about Donnie for a second. King Donnie. What we saw under the rule of my party, the Democratic Party, was various agencies like the FBI out of control, thinking that somehow they were the government, not the elected officials. So you had the chief of the FBI, Comey, blackmailing both candidates, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, thinking somehow that he was the president. He was because again he was not being reined in. We had prosecutors under under Biden's administration. Charging the president with nuisance suits. For example, trying to charge him 34 times because he signed an NDA with a stripper, which is just a joke. Again, under Democratic rule, we had Jews being hunted down on Ivy League campuses, Columbia and Harvard. This was out of control. What we saw was that liberalism, which again has defined my life, being used against liberals, being used as a weapon to destroy the very system that had created it. So as awkward and clumsy and vulgar as Trump is, and nobody could argue this, as uninformed and petty and petulant and childish as he is nevertheless a necessary corrective to a system that had slipped into insanity. When somebody, I forget what the Voltaire expression is, if they can make you believe the impossible, then they can make you do the irrational. So again, quite sorry to have to again reiterate this. If they're going to tell you that boys have periods and need tampons and can get pregnant, something is very, very wrong. If they're going to tell you that girls can fight against boys and necessarily they're going to get their heads beaten in, something is very, very, very wrong. If they can tell you that Israel, which is obviously being surrounded by subversive terrorists that want to commit genocide, and they sing for the genocide of Israel, they sing for the genocide of America, and yet somehow using Darvo deflect, attack, and reverse victim and oppressor. Somehow they'll tell you that it's these tiny little band of Jews in the desert. Somehow they're committing genocide against 1.5 billion Arabs. It's a joke. And so what we have is somebody who is unsophisticated, Donald Trump, and illiberal, I would say, but speaking common sense that, and that's pretty much inarguable, right? We had Harvard, I had another thing on my list, Harvard admissions team openly mocking Asians. Oh, they're boring. We don't want them. They're boring. How dare they? That's openly racist. So in the name of fighting racism, you had open racism against certain groups. And it's unacceptable. And so we have this unlikely real estate magnate from Queens, of all places, suddenly being the most powerful man in the world and affirming an American vision and providing a correction to a system that had slipped into insanity. I'll land it there.
Thank you, Norm. Never disappoints with a little bit of controversial spice there. All right, thank you. El Normo, let's go to Alan. Alan, are you there, or are you selling cigars? Do you want to comment or no, my friend? Alan going once, Alan going twice. He's probably making moves here. Let's go over to Faith. Faith, welcome to the stage. Do you think this Supreme Court decision recognizes the proper scope of presidential authority, or is it giving us a king? What do you think, Faith? Faith going once, Faith going twice. All right, let's go to JJ. JJ, what say you? What is the question of the day? Appropriate recognition of presidential power or dangerous delegation and making us possibly facing King Donnie? What do you
I think that this is an illustration of the complete and utter malleability and porousness of our Constitution. A lot of us, like to revere this Constitution as if it's the greatest thing ever, and it's not, because you see absolute insanity and absurdity like what's going on right now. Yes, this is about King Donnie. He wants to be a king. He literally, there's been so many people who have said that he idolizes people like Hitler, like Stalin, like Mussolini. That's why he's, best friends with, Putin and Kim Jong-un and all these people. He admires these people because he wants to be a king. He had everything that he has done with regards to this presidency, because a lot of times people, when I listen to, Republicans and MAGA and I don't know, anybody, Trump supporters, they talk, well, what about all, his first presidency? His first presidency was him just warming up. He was just figuring things out. He was figuring out what he needed to do. This presidency, this is Trump. This is the real Trump that has arrived, where he's, instead of putting in people like Mike Pence, who actually, would push back, who was threatened to be hung on January 6th. Yes, I'm bringing that up because he actually was not a Trump loyalist. Trump was not able to enact his Project 2025 agenda. this is what he wanted from the beginning, and now we're all witnessing it. So yes, the the completely lopsided Supreme Court that is, basically just a mouthpiece for Trump and his administration, is basically doing it. This is how he wrote the song. This is exactly what he wanted. Everything is playing out exactly according to plan. People need to realize that this is this is not anything that any reasonable American would have wanted. I don't think that this is what the forefathers, that founded this country thought that, where that they could ever even see the possibility of something happening like this. But this is what happens when, you elect a criminal. But I won't go there too much.
I have a question for you. Does the Supreme Court make its decisions based off what people want, or based off the jurisprudence in front of them?
Well, this is the thing. The Supreme Court, I hear what you're saying, but it's if the Supreme Court is acting with good faith is the key. And my response to that would be, I don't think that when you have a completely lopsided partisan Supreme Court that's favoring one party over another, that you actually get fair and just decisions.
Sounds good.
So,
I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah. So I mean, so I think that one thing that I do agree with when it comes to, and actually I agree with actually a lot of what you said, Marshall. The Supreme Court is not there. That's not his job to be, making law. Congress, we're seeing the complete inefficiency of Congress, and we're seeing, just how easy it is for the Constitution to be, utilized in this nefarious way, in order for, the consolidation of power to someone who, has an authoritarian like mentality like Trump. So I think that it's really important that, once the Democrats come back, to power, which they will, it's a blue wave coming, you best believe that, that we start to correct some of the, start to patch up some of the holes, in the Constitution, that we, start to also understand that there's a lot of things that Trump did right in terms of the fact that he was able to basically get his agenda done by any means necessary. I think that he has opened the eyes of a lot of Americans in this country, and even a lot of Democrats, on Capitol Hill, that at the end of the day, if you're getting your agenda, enacted, you can take credit for that, and you're doing what the people want, or what, some people, whatever the case may be. At the end of the day, they don't really care how it gets done. People just care, like what Trump did with immigration. People just care that stuff gets done. So I think that the Democrats, when they come back into power, sooner, hopefully than later, they need to actually do the same thing. I think that, especially what you said about the Supreme Court, I think that we need to get to a Supreme Court that is completely 50-50 Democrat and Republican, so that there is no way that they can have a policy that is unfair and completely partisan, so that you don't have these issues. It shouldn't be about, well, I'm just going to vote, down line with my party or whatever the case may be. It should be about actually evaluating the issues, and that way we can ensure, fairness. So,
Absolutely. JJ, you might find interesting, there's a group called the National Constitution Center. It's the only group funded by Congress to disseminate information about the Constitution on a nonpartisan basis. One year they had Chris Coons as their honorary chair, the senator from Connecticut, and the other year they had Neil Gorsuch as their honorary chair. Anyway, they did this really long exercise with liberal, progressive, and conservative scholars of the Constitution, and they came up with new amendments that might make it more fair. You can find these on Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Live at America's Town Hall is what one was called, or We the People. You might really enjoy them if you're interested in it. When you were talking, it made me think of that.
I'll definitely have to check it out, and I'm just gonna land with this. I think that, you know, it's really important that we, you know, because Trump is, you know, he has a couple of years, and God willing, he will, you know, exit quietly. But it's important that we never ever forget this time period, because I think after Trump, there this type of consolidation of power never needs to happen again, and that goes for Democrats or Republicans, because that's not how the country was intended. And
Here, I'm with you. Make the executive way less powerful.
Exactly.
Here. Make the president much weaker in terms of the power he or she holds.
Exactly.
I'm 100% with you.
Couldn't agree more with you, gentlemen. Let's.
I'm curious, Jay. I'm curious.
When it's time, we'll come to you in a second, Daryl. We'll come to you. That was JJ was talking just now, right? Okay, Abby, you went before, right? Already?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
fine.
So now we'll go to Daryl. Daryl Cabot. Daryl, what say you on this question of proper recognition of executive power or dangerous expansion? What do you?
Man, well, I'm going to answer it this way. I remember when I went to go to law school, I was taking a constitutional law class at the University of North Texas, and I remember that class. I hated writing. I hated constitutional law. You never knew it having practical utility. Nonetheless, it was a good day for Americans today. One, they threw out the BS $5 million settlement fiasco of Trump. Mail-in ballots are still a thing. So state rights prevailed, and Trump's got to pay $5 million. Is it America, grand? The Supreme Court giveth and taketh away. Well, I know Trump's in a tizzy. But you got to pay up. Here's the thing. I don't know if Trump has done as great of a job you guys think he's done. Jay, I don't know if you're being facetious or not. Because if he did such a good job, there would be no blue wave. Right? How do you reward people when they do a good job? You give them, they get more seats, more Republicans get elected. Senators, upper room, lower chamber. Sorry, guys, you know hot pocket. I'll be quick. Now, the pendulum is swinging because Trump isn't doing a very good job. Look, I'm an African American, right? It's funny, but it's not funny. I remember seeing the incident with the one lady that got shot by the ICE. That was terrible what happened to her. And it was like, for the first time, not really the first time, white people got to see what black people felt like. But in her instance, it was just like, she kind of, anyway, it was terrible. R.I.P. And then the other thing with the nurse guy, I can't think of his name. Terrible. Terrible. And then with the Canelo Anthony, terrible. Now, these things may not seem that they have anything to do with each other, but they do. All these things happen under Trump's leadership. Back in my military day, they say it goes from the top down, all the way up to the tippy top. I remember when I was in the Operation Iraqi Freedom, George W. Bush, interestingly enough, he was my governor, come from Texas Army National Guard, and he was my commander-in-chief. I graduated high school in 2002, 9/11 happened my senior year. I remember when I got on the airplane for the first time. I went down to Fort Knox, Kentucky, the place where no go is at. Home of the Calf Scouts and the Tankers. Man, it was the good old days. And then I went to Augusta, Georgia, Fort Gordon, signal guy. Then I went back and did some training down, and man, the military made a man out of me. I remember being in AIT. All they did was let us watch war movies. You know, the usual suspects. Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse Now, Platoon, Saving Private Ryan, those types of movies. Band of Brothers. I want to go over there and kill some Iraqis. That's what you think of when you're 18 years old. Anyway, I digress. What I'm trying to say is this, guys. Trump is going to lose because Trump is not doing the will of the people. The people are fickle. I think deep down, a lot of Republicans don't really like Trump. I hear whispers. They're just waiting for the sky to fall. It's kind of like when Julius Caesar got stabbed by those senators. Everybody had to take a stab. Deniable plausibility. You see, if it can happen to Julius Caesar, it can happen to anybody. And the Torah. They say there's nothing new under the sun. The more I live, I'm 42 years old, I probably got another 40 summers. The more the Bible has proven to be right. There's nothing new under the sun. Trump Day will come and go, just like everyone else's day will go. This country is 250 years old this year, guys. You know, my favorite Broadway show is Hamilton. And give me about 60 seconds, I'll get off this stage and get off my soapbox. I've seen Hamilton. I try to watch Hamilton in Chicago. I try to watch it in New York. I try to watch it in London. We couldn't get any, me and my ex-wife, we couldn't find any seats. I was very distraught. One day my wife or ex-wife came to me. She says, Gerald, I found some tickets to Hamilton. I really didn't know what the Hamilton was about, guys. All I knew is that freaking, Pence hated it. That's all I knew. And I didn't like Pence. So I wanted to watch Hamilton. Just because they said, screw Pence. So my wife told me, or ex-wife, we were married 19 years, guys, bear with me. I still say wife, first wife, ex-wife, whatever. She said, I found these tickets. I'm like, you did? I don't know why I was excited, but we found it in Dallas. We're natives of Dallas. You know, I still need to go by and watch George W. Bush's his presidential library at SMU. I got into SMU. Would you believe this poor black guy graduated second from the bottom of his high school class, got into SMU, raising to build 40 VA clinics, $247 million, guys. Yeah, I remember this day from an Indian doctor too, who came to the United States with $7. Dr. Sagani from Encore Enterprises. What a crook. Anyway, next thing you know, would I lose my place? I'm sorry, guys. Got to give me a neurodivergent.
That's all right. That's all right. I think you were wrapping up.
Oh, yeah, I'm wrapping up, Scott. 30 seconds or less. Yeah, that's right. Pendulum swinging back the other way. Trump not doing a very good job. He's going to lose. Actually, you'll see pushback. There was an incident, something not too long ago. Trump was trying to do something with some national election stuff. I can't remember exactly what it was. And Greg Abbott pushed back on Trump. That was a rare sighting. He says, Trump, I think we like things the way we do things here in Texas. And I was like, yes, get him, Greg Abbott. Get him, Hot Wheels. He set Trump down. You know, another guy set Trump down. I can't think of his name. He's the CEO of Citadel. He got an op-ed. He told Trump in regards to the black lady, the first black Fed girl. He said, Trump, you're meddling in affairs that you shouldn't be meddling in. Give her her job. The Fed must remain independent. Next thing you know, she got her stuff back. She got her job back. That's when I knew there's a little bit more nuance. See, the Koch brothers don't like Trump. The Bushes don't like Trump. They never forgot about the stuff that he said about the brother, you know, the one that was in Florida. The Bushes are a real strong, powerful family.
All right, here we are. Now, you're kind of all over the place off the topic. It's all right. It's all right.
So,
it's all right.
You do know that there's nothing new on the sun, and that every
there you go.
time that there was a lame duck president, This is in regards to the one gentleman named Jay that was talking about the blue wave was coming. It was coming, but it wasn't coming for the reason why he was coming. It was coming because it's coming anyway.
All right, Joe. I'm gonna have you wrap up because you're getting kind of far afield. But thank you. I appreciate your contribution.
I take it you're not a political science major, are you, Scott?
Well, I was not a political science major. No, I'm just trying to mod the room here.
I can tell you're not a political science major. Art, economics. What did you grab?
I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on to Marad. Marad, welcome to the stage. Do you think this recent Supreme Court decision is a proper recognition of presidential authority or a dangerous expansion of the executive's power? What do you think, Marad?
Scott, Bunasera, also Marshall and Allen. Scott, at all, today's movements of President Trump and his facing and confront with Supreme Court affirms my proclaim that Donald Trump is trying to stay on power, to remain in power in 2028 by means of the Iran war case. You know, he is...
Marad, how would he do that?
He is moving step by step in Iran's war case. And imagine a day in the next steps of war with Iran, imagine a day that U.S. Army captured and siege some oil island, Marshall? Sorry. Imagine a day that U.S. Army would capture some oil islands of Iran's territorial integrity in the next steps of war, and the suicide operations of IRGC will develop, and the country, the America, will locate on severe war status. So, based on U.S. Constitution, on severe war status, by means of the vote of Supreme Court, Trump remains on power in 2028, and I think that's in postmodern framers quo for America. That's it. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Marad. Let's go to DJ, Jesse. What do you think? Did the Supreme Court just give us a king? Or is this just what we need in a president? What do you think, DJ? DJ, it looks like he's going to be on the phone right now. Let's go back to Daryl. Daryl wanted to get back in. Daryl, more thoughts, it looks like. What do you have?
Yeah, so I asked for some latitude here. I came up because I think something that I said earlier was misunderstood because a speaker came up and said, something. I absolutely said that businesses should be able to make money and businesses can make money, and we can keep regulation in place, right? Staying on topic, my comment was about his relentless attack on the Federal Reserve Bank, his relentless attack on government agencies that mostly regulate, So an example that I would like, an example is, any of you guys familiar with what a slab is, SLAB?
You mean like a giant sheet of concrete for a house to sit on top of? I don't know what you mean.
No, this one's even sexier, right? So SLAB stands for Student Loan Asset-Backed Securities. So at some point, someone went to the federal government, similar to the mortgage, to putting mortgages, wrapping mortgages and investments and selling them to the public. I'm at it's World Cup. I'm out here hanging out. So you might hear some music in the background. So Someone goes to the government and they say, hey, let us create an investment pool, and this pool is going to be filled with student loans, right? Right now, there's about $67 billion in student loan slabs, student loan asset-backed securities that are sitting on the books of Wall Street. We are currently looking at what could possibly be a student loan bubble similar to the mortgage bubble. And there are about $167 billion in student loans that are in default right now. And a lot of economists, through the noise as to what everything else that's happening, is trying to sound the alarm. Hey, these student loans, people aren't paying these loans. The average borrower, I think, is under 40, and we could be looking at another massive bubble.
Daryl, can I have a question about that?
Yeah,
Were these
sure.
securitized? Was this fund securitized, and what was the due diligence when they securitized it?
So that's a great question, Abby, because no one really knows. It's securitized, but because if you think about it, unlike your traditional mortgage, which you can discharge in bankruptcy, student loans cannot be discharged. Student loans, I think alimony, child support, and back taxes are like the four things that I believe cannot be discharged. So the idea is, once you apply for a student loan, they're going to get blood from that stone for the rest of your life until you pay it back. And they are wrapped in investments at different firms on Wall Street. And again, there's about $67 billion in slabs, and we're looking at $170 billion bubble right now. And if the slab bubble reacts the way the market bubble did, then there's going to be a massive credit crunch. People don't understand. They say, well, I don't have a student loan. Credit crunches won't affect me. It will affect you. Because even if you don't have a credit card, by the way, I saw something last week. I don't know if it was maybe it was a London report. 92% of credit card users are like literally using 80% of their credit card limit, and they're making the minimum payment. So if you look at this historically and statistically, many of these people are going to default. It's just going to happen, right? So credit affects everybody, because credit affects your local store, because they have to borrow more. They have to borrow at higher interest rates to buy supplies. They're going to pass those costs down to you. If you look around, almost everything is up everywhere. And to Abby's question, most of this stuff is not heavily regulated. Someone lobbies, hey, we can create more. And again, I'm a capitalist. I've always worked in private industry. I spent 16 years on Wall Street. I believe in the creation of money. But at some point, when some dragon walks into Congress and says, hey, we figured out a new way to create money, let us wrap investments secured by student loans because you can't default on them, someone at some point should just say no to some of these things. Wall Street, my alma mater, is always going to be looking for ways to create new money. Governance and regulation is supposed to protect the average person from some of this stuff.
But Daryl,
yeah.
another question. But since you work in the industry, do you think that Dodd-Frank and some of these regulatory provisions that came in, and the legislation that came in, was strapping, too much of a fetter on the ability to lend and the ability to conduct business? I mean, some of it, or maybe too overreaching with Dodd-Frank.
No, but because Dodd-Frank was
why Dodd-Frank came in, and we needed it.
It was a reaction, right?
It was a reaction.
Most of this stuff it's like 911, right? Cops get called to react to something. Cops, unless you just like something's happening right in front of them, police are a reactionary force. Dodd-Frank was a reaction. So if there really is this student loan bubble that they really think is about to pop, and $171 billion in debt goes into default, and then no one wants to lend money anymore, we're gonna see another version of Dodd-Frank because most of the time they're reacting to something, right? As opposed to regulatory boards looking at some of this legislation and saying, okay, you can't do this. I get the idea of wealth generation. I get the idea of making money, but some of this stuff, if it's going to impact every single person, because a credit crunch will impact your car notes. It will impact your car leasing credit amounts. It will impact you borrowing. It will impact your life in every way. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire or if you're just some guy walking down the street. No one lending at institutional levels will eventually trickle down to you. And at some point, again, lobbyists lobby, but at some point, when the investment banks come in and they say, hey, we figured out a way to generate new money, someone should be able to just say, no, I don't think that this is in the interest of the people. And just say, no, Wall Street will figure out a way to make money. They always do. But you don't have to let them do everything. Because their interests are only the interest.
Sorry. What happens if all these thief hands is on the same pot? The way you say somebody's backing each other's.
Say that one more time, Alan.
I said this, the way you're explaining, look like all these thieves are in charge. All them hands is in the same bucket.
Well, yeah,
and
but
they are reaching, and we are the one we are doing. I don't understand because I see in the market, I'm in the middle of people income is drop and expenses is going outrageous up.
Yeah, and that's before I talked about the personal consumption expenditure index, people are spending less money right now. And if people are spending money, then the Fed is likely going to...
Because they don't have money to spend.
Yeah, they don't. Because, I mean, that's just a whole other room, Alan. But what I'm trying to say, going back to the point, is that regulatory institutions are supposed to protect regular people. They're not supposed to just be there, for pomp and circumstances. They're supposed to be there to protect pointy-headed cretins from destroying the country. And so in this case, if there is a student loan bubble that pops, you might see what happened with the mortgage meltdown. And, Lehman Brothers is gone. When I first got onto Wall Street, Lehman Brothers was always there. Bear Stearns is gone. These are institutions that most of us thought would never go away. And they pick and choose who they're going to cut loose. And if this $171 billion bubble pops, which I really hope it doesn't, it could be blood on the streets again, but it's going to be with very specific firms. And they're going to figure out a way to sell this debt to collection agencies. Usually the government will start, what they do with federal loans and default, they just start garnishing paychecks. They're going to get their blood. So if you originally had like a 5-year student loan and you default, they're going to chase you until you stop working. They're going to get their money. And it's just, these things are not good for the populace in general.
Thank you, Daryl. William's back up. I think he can hear now, I hope. William, are you back with us, my friend? Can you hear? Can you contribute? William, maybe not. All right, so William going once, William going twice. All right, everybody. Well, 6:42, seeing no speakers.
I'm back.
Oh, there you go. All right, William, you're here. What do you think, William, as the Supreme Court recognized appropriately the limits and purview of executive power, or did they go a long way to making us have King Donnie up there? What do you think?
I agreed with a lot of the legal analysis I was able to hear earlier that Abby presented. That the legal analysis about Humphrey's executor, and the other cases was in my view a really good analysis. I agree with Abby's analysis. I come to some different conclusions, but not entirely different. I'm not really in disagreement with the analysis. So there's a theme that's going on in the Trump 2.0 White House of implementation of the unitary executive theory, which is basically something that Russell Vogt was able to work on in the interregnum between Trump 1.0 and Trump's second taking of the presidency. So it's a very unusual thing, but this was something that was really worked on for a number of years, and it was in a large and somewhat complicated document. A lot of these efforts to expand executive power are set forth in Project 2025. So the NPR article that you read portions of, excerpts of, I think was really spot on. And this is an expansion of executive power. I think it's an expansion at the cost of overriding case law. And this issue is a long, complicated issue that stretches back to the years before we had really established administrative law, which was never contemplated or vaguely complicated as a possibility when the Constitution was framed. But it turns out that this is something that has been approved with law, under various legislative terms of the Congress and the Senate, and laws were enacted which effectively limit executive power. This opinion, and I haven't had a chance to read it or research it as much as I would like to, but it cuts into that body of case law of statutes and regulations that were approved by Congress, and consistent with the implementation of the unitary executive theory, it increases, in this instance, executive power at the expense of legislative power, which and laws that were enacted over the course of 100 years, 80 years. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it, but yeah, this is a real expansion of executive power, and that is what the current majority on the Supreme Court has been consistent about doing for Donald J. Trump. And the danger of this is that the expansion of executive power that's contrary to what the framers likely intended when the pendulum swings is going to empower another executive to exercise power in a way that really undermines the checks and balances that were originally contemplated in the Constitution for the purpose of having limited governments, limited branches of the federal government, limited power of the federal government compared to state governments, and not contemplated in the original a limitation of the power of the executive to override statutes, regulations, and administrative agencies that were set up by congressional statutes with the intention of being independent of the executive, so that it's just really going to grant large power to Trump that is beyond what we've seen in the past. Can you characterize that as a gift to King Donnie? Yeah, I think it's a gift. I think it's an implementation of the unitary executive theory, which is something that even Bill Barr advocated for. But then he pulled back after January 6th, or actually after the buildup to January 6th. So a lot of these threads can be tied together, and a lot of the different conflicting opinions that, like Dr. Francine had, can be reconciled, but it takes more research and more detailed discussion in order to do that kind of reconciliation. And I think Abby was on the right track.
All right, thank you, William. Thank you so much for that contribution. Very articulate and thoughtful as usual. And thank you, everybody, for being here at the Critical Thinking Forum. And I'll just leave us with some words from our great leader, who might be our new king.
Nobody can do it like me. Nobody can do it like me. Honestly.
Nobody's stronger than me.
Nobody has better toys than I do. There's nobody bigger or better at the military than I am.
Nobody loves the Bible more than I do. Nobody builds walls better than me.
Nobody's better to people with disabilities than me. Nobody's fighting for the veterans like I'm fighting for the veterans.
There's nobody that's done so much for equality as I have.
There's nobody more pro-Israel than I am. There's nobody more conservative than me.
There's nobody that respects women more than I do.
Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump. Because nobody's ever had crowds like Trump has had.
There's nobody that understands
The horror of nuclear better than me.
and nobody even understands it but me. It's called devaluation, the sale of the uranium that nobody knows what it means. I know what it means.
Nobody knows more about trade than me.
Nobody knows the game better than I do.
Nobody's in the history of this country has ever known so much about infrastructure as Donald Trump.
I know the H-1B. I know the H-2B. Nobody knows it better than me.
Nobody knows politicians better than I do.
Nobody knows more about taxes than I do.
Nobody knows more about debt than I do.
Nobody knows the system better than me.
I have many friends. Many friends. All of my friends, so many. Steve, I see over here. Marco Rubio is a very, very good friend of mine. Tom Brady's a friend of mine. My friend Elton John.
George Steinbrenner was a good friend of mine.
Howard Stern was a friend of mine.
We've been friends for a long
A
time.
friend of mine is a great manufacturer. A friend of mine is a great excavator. I have a friend who builds plants. I have friends that are reporters. A friend of mine who's in law enforcement.
My best friends have become fire marshals.
The generals have become very good friends of mine. My biker friends. A friend who's a doctor. A friend who's a farmer. I know the insurance companies. They're friends of mine.
I have many friends that are liberal, and I think they're wonderful people. I have friends that are wonderful business people. I have friends that are very wealthy people.
Friends of mine go bankrupt. I have many friends who are women, and I have some very smart friends.
That's right, my friends.
Friend who's a very smart guy and a very streetwise guy.
Friend of mine.
That's right, my friends. Nobody does it. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better.
Well, Scott, I'm glad he didn't say two things. He's not better cigar salesman, and I'm not his.
Absolutely.
Nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. At least in his own words, my friends. And nobody does it better on this app than our dear leader, Gary Baumgartner, who couldn't be here today because I think the alarm clock failed. But nobody is as good an audience as you guys, the Critical Thinking Forum audience. So this goes out to you, everybody. Nobody does it better on Clubhouse than you all. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.
Something. I thought it was your mama that was gonna cuss me out first lady. I ain't gonna hold you. Oh shit, Britt on stage.
My sister Britt has taught me
First lady.
the football, and I have learned. So yes, I have been watching it through the power of Britt and Bond and your mama and Igor. It's been
serious,
fun.
Britt charged just up the other day. And I said, God damn, I just came in the room, sis. I wasn't here. They told Britt she really hadn't been a fan from the get go, and Britt said, I know you fucking lying. Exactly. Pulled out every jersey she had in that closet, and she charged all us up on stage. I shut up. Exactly. But when she left, I was talking again.
Exactly. Penny was over there eating her food, like Safari did that one day when they were fighting down at that picnic on that TV show. But First Lady, currently they are in stoppage, what looks like for the extra time that they're playing. If Germany does not put this away and this goes to penalties, they are definitely going to be out in the round of 16. So, cheers to that.
Britt, shut the fuck up, bitch. Get back in the kitchen.
alla scorta ultima i condannati. Il tempo passa, sai quale sopra laggiù si compia. Là si dritto fatico. Per dover non resta che un'ora di vita. Bisogna che tutti abbiano per morto il cavaliere. Quest'uomo fido provvederà.
Ma sicuro?
L'ordine che io vi darò voi qui presente. Spoletta, chiudi. Come facemmo del conte Palmieri, simulata come attende del Palmieri, hai ben compreso? Ho ben compreso. Ah! Voglio per dire me stesso. Sia, e darai passo. Vado, allora parto. Sì, come Palmieri. Io tenni la promessa.
Ora voglio un salvacondotto onde fuggire dallo stato con lui.
Partir dunque,
And the bigger picture is these women are being paid to do a job at this school, but look at how much time and energy they're wasting just arguing with someone over something they're legally protected to do. Again, you see how much time and resources women fucking waste over dumb bull. It's feelings in a fucking safe space. And they're wasting taxpayer dollars and fucking time, and they're not doing their fucking job. And you go to all these fucking government offices where it's dominated by fucking women. You go to these schools where it's the same thing over and over and over. And these women run these women dominate these organizations. So this is why men don't go into these spaces, because this is the bullshit we got to deal with. Nobody's got the fucking patience for this shit. It's annoying. It's aggravating. It raises your fucking blood pressure. So we'll say, fuck it. Y'all want to run this shit into the fucking ground? So be it. Just don't fucking call us when you destroy it and it's time to fucking rebuild it. We're going to go off and do our own fucking thing. When you have male-dominated environments, because I've been working in male-dominated environments my entire fucking life, blue-collar, male-dominated fucking environments, man. We don't have these issues. We don't have these fucking problems at all. At all. You will never see this type of behavior.
Because they'll give you, I'm just saying, they'll educate you on the facts, right? It'll be easier. So.
Okay, go ahead and keep whatever you need to do.
That's what I'm going to do.
If you want, I will give you a tour of the campus if that's what you would like, of the center.
No, I'm good. I just need the videos in here in the lobby that I'm going to get, and I'll be good.
But would you want more information about the center as well, or?
I might have some questions, yeah, eventually.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just getting some the video that I need in here.
Okay. But we do have to be careful because we do have a lot of personal information with some of the students because we do these certifications in this office as well.
For sure. Well, I would assume.
And again, the retardedness. Well, if you're filming in a public area, we have personal. Hey, bitch, it's your job to not put private information in the public. You don't get to kick the public out and infringe on the public's rights because you're too stupid to keep private shit private, and you want to take private shit and put it into the public. But instead, women would rather infringe on someone's rights that someone shed blood for than to just take the onus and responsibility to say, hey, my job's a little bit, I decided to take this job, so I got to take the hard work of making sure that I don't let anything private out into the public for any open eyes to see. No, they'd rather not do the fucking work and put the onus on somebody else to take sacrifices. This is female nature. This is female fucking nature right here.
You guys would like
And what
have
was your
that
name?
privately, right?
Yes,
So,
we do.
so it wouldn't be in review of where I'm.
No.
Because okay, yeah. So I'm not going to get into this. I'm also
Let him
not
do what
here
he needs
for
to
this.
do. Let's have a seat. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah.
You guys don't have a choice. It's not
Well,
about
we can't
being
really
sure.
answer phone calls then, no, because it's gonna be recorded. Yeah, let him do what he's doing, and I'm gonna reach out to you. Lori.
I tried to help her out. Hey, the police are already here. She heard about it, so go ahead and call him. She tried to grab my camera. She almost grabbed it.
Sir, I did not grab your camera.
You know it's on camera, right? I said you tried to grab my camera.
Yeah, I just don't wanna be videotaped.
I know, but it's on camera,
and
right? I'm not lying about what happened.
Okay, I
It's
apologize, I didn't mean to grab anything, and I'm not trying to grab your camera either.
I thought it might have just been a
I would love to give you a
reaction.
tour of
but
the center itself, so you have some information.
why have we changed the attitude? Now you ready to email the post?
I did not read anything. I'm just trying to make it a safe zone for my students here. These are my student assistants, and I'm the interim director of this department.
A safe zone from a man holding the camera. Like, again, this is who we're allowing to lead our communities and our country and dominate certain spaces, important spaces, and they're afraid of a camera. But these women want to go to war. Oh, we should be able to listen to... You can't even handle a man just holding the camera, minding his own fucking business that didn't say shit to you.
Men do the same thing.
What's that?
Men do the same thing.
No, they don't, Preston, because, again, if you look at these videos... Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is that, like, we've seen plenty of videos where, when it comes down to police officers, men, both black and white, have been very nasty responses when it comes up to the police department. And I agree with you. Like, we need more masculine men, and we need to be careful with that. But we also have an over police department that is very disrespectful, that don't understand that there's a difference between mental health situations and real criminal situations, and they take advantage of that.
Yeah, but see, that's another feminine-minded premise. Again, police officers aren't fucking social workers. They're not mental health specialists. Their only job is to enforce the law. That's literally it.
No, they actually... Have you been trained to be a police officer?
No, I have not. Negative.
Yeah, they actually train longer to just de-escalate more than they're training to, start problems. So they actually are trained more for warfare when it comes down to social workers than themselves.
Right, but you understand that's recently since our society has become more feminist.
That's always been a thing.
No, it has not. That's never been a thing. That's just this whole police officers, mental health, all this. This is a recent thing, brother. This has not been in existence for very long.
No,
it's the more feminine because again, when you take the women out of it, men understand how to deal with people who break the law, people who are menaces to society. We handle them a certain way, and that's why we didn't have the level of societal issues. Once we started babying and coddling people, and it's not your actions and your decisions. It's because you have a mental health problem. It's because you're autistic. It's because you have PTSD. It's because you have ADHD. It's because you have trauma. It's because you have that's when we started having to go into this coddling, pacified, situation with the police. So this is a recent thing, Preston.
It's not. Well, I can tell you this, like, the way people are like living, it's not like anything. But I can also tell you this, like, when you say that the coddling of people is not new, no, that is a real thing. Because guess what? We can look at their historical background and how they treated the same people from different genders, different sexualities, and different races. And why is it so high, specifically in the police industry, that there's always more disparities there? And my whole thing is like, I think that a criminal needs to be arrested and handled per what situation. But what I'm not gonna deny is that we do understand that that the police department directly has derived from the energy that was racist. And I'm not saying that, that's wrong, but what I'm saying is that it is wrong, and that, they may have some energy that they have been taught that certain people, they're CIG, I'll say, and I'm like with you, right? But it's weird and nasty, and I think that black people need to stop being so emotional. But when they do studies on white cops and they decide to shoot black people first in simulations, that's a problem. How do you feel about that, Kim?
But that rarely happens, Preston. And
no, no. When you say it really happens, can you prove it?
Yeah, absolutely. We have.
I'm talking to Sage. Next.
Yeah, Preston. We've actually gone over the actual stats about police shoot.
Can you do it one more time?
Okay. Yeah. Do you know how many people unarmed people the police shoot and kill?
No, that's not my argument. Because you can't get me with that because I'm a stupid black. I'm actually a smart guy. Well, a smart black. But when, maybe not today, because, and I love this room, so I'm going to not troll. But we understand that when it comes down to black people and white people getting shot and killed, that's not the problem, because black people are, not the majority in America, white people are. So black people, by statistics, are still statistically killed more than white people, which is a problem. And I know you're gonna say,
that's not true. That's not true. It's actually more, even if you adjust for per capita. So there's how many blacks are in this country, Preston? Do you know? Approximately. How many? Let's do the math. Let's do the math right now.
How about you do the math together with me? Because I'm sorry, I'm a little.
Well, I'm asking you. No, and I'm not. It's not a gotcha one. I'm just asking you.
I don't need you. I want to learn.
Do you genuinely know how many black people make up the American population?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's 40 million. It's roughly 40 million. Yep. So if you're talking 40 million blacks, right? If you're looking at how many unarmed people the police, or not even unarmed, but it's unarmed.
No, that don't work. Because
it doesn't work.
No, you saying unarmed, so which meaning you're adding another filter. It doesn't matter if it's armed or not, because black people are not armed, right?
Totality, and then break it down from that. That's not even broken down. I want to start digging and work deeper.
Because you should be armed. Is that not an American right?
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. We can we're in agreement on that.
That's not unarmed, because
fine. That's cool.
All persons should not be killing unarmed people or armed people. Period.
So here's it.
I don't need your
Hold on, Preston, chill, please.
No. What do you mean? Like, K is a talking to you and
Okay, but K's a moderator. Hold on, Preston. Yeah, I can explain. Absolutely, that's a fair question. I can explain to you. So the way I run my rooms is we can agree to disagree. We can have different opinions, but let's have the conversation respectfully. And when I say respectfully, I don't mean you can't call me names or criticize my opinions. What I mean is that let's give each other fair room to speak and then have a dialogue back and forth. Okay, that's what I mean. And then too, because my mods do have a certain level of privilege in this room, so they are allowed to speak to moderate and keep the conversation flowing. So that's how I run my rooms. But again, the respect aspect is let's just have a dialogue. I'll let you talk. I want to hear your points so I can address them, and then I want you to hear my points, and then you have a fair chance to address it too. Is that fair?
Yes, no, I would love to hear your points, but the only thing for me, I'm saying, and maybe it's just a personal thing that, you don't have to do, but I can't hear, because I noticed that a lot of people are already C-suite
That's fair. So let's get back to the police stats. So Preston, roughly about 1,000 people are shot and killed by cops, and that's all, armed, unarmed, whatever. That's all, and that's been consistent for about the past 10 plus decade or 10 plus years. Okay, so we got consistent data that shows how many people are shot. Now, whether it's the fault of their own, whether they're innocent and got shot unjustly, we can go into that a little bit later. But overall, about 1,000 people a year, give or take a few handful, are shot and killed.
Oh, that's very careful.
I said 1,000 plus or minus, so it's not even a little under, a little under. It's roughly about 1,000. Let's go ahead.
And secondly, can you bring up the team? Because I see that you have partners, and I would love to have a person up here who agrees with all of our points. Just like the same. One of the things we need to talk about when it comes down to 1,000 people. 1,000 people are a lot for a population that's dwindling, and that's been one of the biggest
Preston's name 1,000 people compared to 350 million. That's actually not a lot. That's actually probably a good stat.
Let's think about it from many different perspectives, and I know you don't care about the it shouldn't even be real because not enough people die.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that there's a certain threshold, and I think this is a problem, Preston. I think a lot of people have a utopianistic mindset. So where they, well, let me answer your first question. Let me address your first point. Yeah, you definitely can. So, Preston, the thing is, I think a lot of people have this unrealistic, unpragmatic, utopianistic mindset where they want to. Their thing is, well, even if it's one, it's still too much. That's not realistic, brother. We got 300,000. Yeah, but Preston, hear me out. Let me explain it. It might make a little more sense to you. So what I'm saying, Preston, is that nothing is perfect in life. When you have 350 million individualistic humans, you're going to have a threshold of adversity in your society. That's just given, right? So out of 350 million people, if only 1,000 people a year are shot and killed, that's actually a pretty good number. The threshold you're looking for, Preston, in general, is about 10%, right? And we in the military we measure this. We had this thing called Gunny's 10%. So you got a little under 2 million service members completely in the military. You're going to have some fuck ups in the military. As long as that threshold is below 10%, then we gotta chalk it up to just human error, and human mistakes and intervention are gonna cause some adversities. If it goes over that 10% threshold, then now we can actually say, hey, we have a problem. Just like any business or organization, no matter how well you train your people and how much money you invest in training, right?
But 1,000 wrong employees will be a problem, right?
No, well, if you have 350 million employees, that's not bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Now, if you have 2,000 employees,
what business statistics are you supporting now? Because one employee is a fuck of a business. So 1,000 employees that don't do right for because America is a business, and it's a. Let me help you. It took what do you call it? It took 3 people to infiltrate the the internet system. What is it? 2020 to be able to change things. So when we talk about numbers, you're wrong.
five Islamic terrorists, 5 Muslims, caused the tragedy of 9/11. But here's the thing: we didn't stop. We don't persecute Muslims. We didn't kick them all out of the country.
No, I'm not talking about Muslims. I never mentioned those.
But you mentioned the 5 though.
America.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that out of the millions and millions of Muslims in this country, 5 of them did horrendous.
But it's not about you see how it's so weird because you talk about numbers in the smallest percentage. I'm specifically talking about the energy of America. I'm not talking about the energy of subgroups. So you can't do that. I'm not.
But that's what this whole point of this conversation was. Back to the police.
You're talking about subgroups. I'm talking about America.
Okay, and in America we have 350 million people, and only 1,000 die. So out of that 1,000, how many blacks die from being shot and killed by cops?
Don't tell me, King.
It's a little over 200.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We're less than 20% of the grand total.
So hold on. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works, King. I think the police department is still a department that is
that's different, Preston. Every single venue always has room for improvement. But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna
and you see, that's what I'm saying, that you're arguing with me on a point that you don't understand, because that's what I'm saying. I'm not asking for eradication. I'm asking for improvement.
Right, but here's the thing.
And that's what.
This is Preston. Let me respond to you. Yeah, let me respond to you real quick.
I didn't.
But here's the thing: you can only improve so much. Once you get below that 10%, once you get below that 10% threshold, the amount of money, the amount of resources you throw into trying to get it lower than that, you're at that point just wasting, because no matter what, you're gonna have these 10% of human beings that no matter what you do, what training, what improvement you try to instill, they're just fuck ups. They're just naturally fucked up, and they're gonna fuck some shit up.
You're wrong.
And Amazon's the same way. We're talking about corporations. Amazon hires thousands and thousands of people. Guess what? Out of those thousands of people they hire, they have people that steal. They have people that steal from them and do things to hurt the organization.
Hold on. Say, when the average person gets fucked over with Amazon, what do?
They fire them. But the point but you're missing the point, Preston, is the fact that if Amazon wanted to get below.
I have one more question, and I'll let you go. Do they actually go to corporate, or they go to the bottom, or do they just make sure that the person who made the problem doesn't exist? Go.
No, what they do is they get rid of that problem, but they don't keep pumping money. Hold on, well, wait a minute. Less than 10% of Amazon employees that they hired are problematic to the system, because if they try to make them 10%,
so many people a year?
Okay. Again, the thing is, they get rid of them. They don't invest money trying to. Listen, hold on, Preston. You got to give me a chance to respond. I've been nice, and I've been letting you cut me off and then trying to hear you out and understand where you're coming from. But you got to give me that same respect, bro.
I will.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So what I'm saying, Preston, is that Amazon doesn't keep dumping money to try to fix these people. They just fucking get rid of them. But Amazon still has the same business model, and they keep moving forward with that same business model and training and hiring practices, because they understand, hey, no matter what we do, there's going to be a certain percentage of fuck-ups, because they're just fucking retards. They're just fucked, or they're crooked, or whatever the case is. Once we identify them, we just got to get rid of them. But we're not going to waste a bunch of money and resources trying to re-educate these people and keep them on board and try to dump money into. No, they once it gets past a certain point, then we know it's an organizational problem. But if it's below a certain point, we just can chalk it up to that's just a risk of dealing with human beings. But go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm good. Sure. Okay.
So when it comes to policing, the thing is, we have millions of interactions. Every single year, we have millions of interactions between police and between the civilian population, right? Out of millions of interactions, encounters with each other, we only have 1,000. And here's the thing: if you take that 1,000 and you break it down and you look at those cases, the majority of the cases, it's related to that of where the person didn't deserve to be shot. You're talking maybe 2 handfuls of people.
Nobody deserves to be shot.
Yes, they do. The person, if you're out having a picnic at the park with your family, and I roll up on you and I point a gun at you and your family, yes, you deserve to shoot me to save your own life and your family's life.
Oh my God, thank you for saying that. You're so amazing. What's the percentage of black people who are killed that actually do that? Go. Which is one that they should be shot for.
If we're gonna use
and guess what? He's alive. Is he alive? Yeah, yes. So, so I think that the argument is not for me. It's not should people pay for certain things. You just did that. So
responding to your
well, no, you're not.
It's not. If 1,000 people out of 350 million are killed by cops, and then over 90% of
This isn't my thing. You're not like the other ones. You're one of the good ones.
Well, the good ones that show the good ones that show respect first. Is that what the overwhelming amount of the time, they start off with the disrespect first. And I'll give you an example. Sandra Bland. That cop was if you watch that video, that cop was completely courteous and professional when he walked up to her car. She started with disrespect and a shitty attitude, and then got mad when the cop responded back with the same amount of disrespect. I can give you more examples.
But does it mean she deserved to die?
Well, here's the thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's an example. I'm pushing back on BT's example, is that most people that have issues with the police, you typically see overwhelmingly they start the escalation first, and then they get upset when the escalation gets out of the control and they can't handle it anymore. What I'm saying is your piece is they topple the first domino and then get upset that the rest of the dominoes fall behind that.
And then the way she died, they hung her.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence to that earpiece. That's speculation.
Well, look at them now. Okay, well, how else do you kill yourself in a jail cell? That woman ain't killed herself.
So what evidence do you have to support that?
He's talking about black people not being respected. I'm not finna argue with you about that.
Then why did you join the stage, ma'am? The whole point is to have a debate. You bring up a point, and then when I ask you to elaborate your point, now you want to back out of it. If you don't mind,
talk about what I was talking about, and then y'all can finish, because he's not going to get away with saying that black people are respectable. Just Sandra brings his example and said most don't do this. The same thing's happening when we have Philando Castile. He was told to get his ID out of the mailbox. Shot at the same time before he respectable. The police pulled up on him and killed his 9-year-old black ass at the park. When white boys have water guns that look more gun-like than his, and it doesn't happen to them. This isn't about respectability.
Yeah, you're leaving the wild parts out. It is a wild.
I said it is.
You're leaving parts out. If we're having honest conversation.
To the Sandra Bland.
Yeah, right. And what I'm saying is you're being disingenuous right now. You're leaving out parts. So again, I'll give you Philando Castile, but again, that's the anomaly. That's not the overwhelming majority of how these situations go down. So again, if you look again, we have it is, and I'll give you the stats. It is, and I'll give you the stats. We have recorded documentation. You can look at the FBI, the UC, what is it, the uniform, something reports at the FBI, the statistics that they print out, and they go over this stuff. So again, if you look at, there's 1,000 people that are shot and killed by cops, right? That's roughly a little over 200 black people that are killed here. Those 200 black people are right to places, and Washington Post actually, if you go on their website, they actually started tracking all this shit. They're giving the circumstances surrounding the case. The overwhelming majority of the 200 black people that were shot and killed by cops, they provoked it. It's like five or less that are actually unjustifiably killed by cops. That's 5 people out of 40 million. So again, you're gonna have human error. You're gonna have fucking retards that positions they should be. That number down to zero. The 5 out of 40 million blacks that have interactions a year. Those are great fucking numbers. So yeah, I'll give you Philando Castile. But again, that's the anomaly. The overwhelming adverse reaction that comes to the police when it comes to dealing with blacks. The blacks start off unruly, and then the cops respond.
Now I respond. So, and this is going back to what I was saying. Some type of incident accused of something. And if that happened to me, that's respectable. Show me your license. No, I'm not showing you my license. What the fuck is wrong with you? I didn't do anything wrong. But y'all always want to say we should have complied. Complied to some bullshit? I can't see no white person who just wants to show me my license and I had this and that.
impressive. Talk to him. You really think that he's being disrespectful? Common sense to say, okay, well, let me change the conversation. Hey, how's your name? Because he might have had a bad day. That could have been in that 11% that Sid was talking about. So you can take your black ass home if you're so scared of white police officers. Or sit here and give garbage out of your mouth. You're the fool. So you have no self-imposed control.
Right, and that's the thing, BT. There's a way to handle shit. There's a way to handle shit logically, right? So again, there's no problem if a cop comes. If you're in a no ID state, it's your constitutional right. If you're not doing anything wrong, the onus is on the cop to have RES. RES is reasonable, articulable suspicion that you either committed a crime, you're about to commit a crime, you're about to commit a crime, or you have committed a crime. Okay? If you don't have an NHI ID yet, how stupid it is to sit up here trying to I'm not gonna sit there and excuse somebody like, you know what, please, I'm gonna go ahead and send you to the show.
I'm just filming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some of them do. I'm not saying that they all do that, but I've seen a lot of them. I've seen most of them.
Those are auditors, though. They know they're in the right generally, and then they go pop the red check back. But if you don't do that to them, you can go south pretty quickly if you did
it's clearly just the officer jumped the gun, lost his shit, and then shot him. And even his fellow officers didn't believe him. If you watch the video, they have him retell the story, go to the scene of the murder, and like go show, oh, where were you when he shot? His story doesn't add up at all. And essentially what happened was it was about 2 a.m. The guy was pulled over to the side of the road. There was a report of a lot of carjackings in the area. He just assumed that he saw a black guy in a car that's pulled over to the side. It must be a carjacking. No, his car broke down. He's waiting for a tow. He killed him. Mind you, you can hear in the recording the dude's being totally polite. He's like, hey, officer, no, I'm okay. Everything's all right. The officer's yelling back, what? Are you sure? What? What? Like he's talking to him like he's already sure. He's just bullshitting him, and he draws his gun and shoots him.
And
so,
I know
again,
that video was respectable as heck. Respectable as heck.
Hold on. Here's my point.
Yeah, you told me to hold on 5 minutes ago.
So
Alan, let me let you jump in. Hold on, I'm gonna let you jump in right after Truth. Go ahead, Truth. Finish up.
And so I say that to say this: when we discuss the meta-analysis, because we can't really go case by case. We can't keep pulling different cases up. When we discuss the meta-analysis of these police shootings, we are literally 9 times out of 10 going off of the cops and the police report. If it wasn't for body cams or witnesses, we would have no one's opinion but the cops. Now, what person's going to come out and say, I did a bad thing. I shot someone who didn't have it coming.
But you're stating the anomaly, truth. That's the whole point. We're not. Again.
You don't know that though.
No, we do because I'm gonna tell you right now we do. You know why? Because the body cams that the blacks have advocated for, they're asking them now to be removed because it's no. Don't tell me what to stop saying. You don't police my speech or control my speech, right? So well, I don't give a fuck, nigga. You're weird, but I'm not shutting you up. Okay.
Are you not black?
So
Is your mama black?
I'm black, but here's the thing. I'm an honest black. I'm an honest black. I don't deny. True. I don't deny facts.
We want a conversation with you, Truth. Relax. I don't want you to crash out, bro. Relax. I want to have a conversation.
I'm gonna let Alan go. Here's the deal. Hold on, Truth. Here's the deal. I don't care, man. What you're saying is offensive to me, but I'm not shutting you up. I'm letting you have the floor to state your piece. Okay, get over it, nigga. Freedom of speech. Yeah. Okay, so here we go, Truth. So the point is, all right, let's get back on track. So the point is, Truth, is that what you just stated, we're not saying there aren't shitty cops out there. We're not saying, yes, there are shitty cops, and there are cops that have unjustifiably killed people. We agree with you. It does happen. What we're saying is, if you look at everything in totality, it is the extreme exception to the rule. It's not what's going on the overwhelming amount of time. And what we have to prove that now is body cameras are showing that the majority of cops are not conducting themselves in this way. So much to the tune that the blacks were claiming racism all in 2020, saying that, hey, we need to instill and codify that cops must, by law, have body cam footage, and that body cam must be rolling when they interact with the public. Hold on, no, BT, be quiet for a second. I'm gonna finish my point, and then Alan's going next. I'm just responding to Truth. It's to the point where they demanded to have it codified that legally, law enforcement is required to have body cams rolling when they're interacting. And now what we're seeing is that the narrative that's been pushed since 2020 is not true. That the overwhelming majority of the adversity when dealing with the civilian public and the cops is coming from the civilian public. Now they're asking to remove the body cams because it's proven the cops to be right. That the cops were the ones that overwhelmingly are being professional and doing their job accordingly. So that's what we're seeing now. But go ahead, Alan, you got it.
Yeah, and let me respond, Truth. I get it. Look, that cop is a piece of shit. I mean, the problem is that even if you say, well, the numbers aren't accurate, I mean, what Sid was saying, that happens, that kind of shitty cop, shooting, it's 9, maybe 10 times a year, according to current stats. And even you say, okay, it's underreported, then okay, maybe it's 50 shootings a year. That's still against 55 million police interactions every year, and about 1,000 police shootings every year. 235 about every year are black people. Okay, so the numbers. Still, when you look at the numbers, the idea that was promoted that the cops are targeting black men for death and black people for death, the stats just don't hold up, even if we give you the margin of error. That's why I always bring up those numbers. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing
real quick, Alan, before you go to the next, I just want to add on to what you said. I'll let you go. And what Alan's saying is 100% correct. And here's the other caveat. Is that people want to say, oh, that's the white man statistics. And no, because these statistics were the same even when Barack Obama was in charge. And that was a top head dog of the Department of Justice, along with Loretta Lynch and Eric Holder. And under that black administration, the numbers were the fucking same. So I don't want to hear the excuse, oh, then the white man's numbers. And I know, because when a black man had control, it was the same fucking numbers. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, and the second thing I want to say to you, BT, look, I get it. But here's the thing, white people, we don't like the police either. In case you didn't know, we're not.
But y'all are allowed to do shit to them and not get killed. That's the point.
Hold on, let him finish.
You can show your disdain and not get on the line.
Yo. Relax, guys. Hold on. Alan, I'm gonna let you go. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go. Guys. I want to hear. I want to have the conversation too. I'm amped too. I want to have the conversation, but y'all gotta relax. I want to hear what they gotta say. Then when it's your turn, we'll let you get in. Y'all know how it works. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I mean, we're not going, oh, gee, Mr. Police Officer, I'm so happy you pulled me over. Gosh darn, I did go through that stop sign. That was terrible of me. Please give me a ticket so that I may learn from this valuable lesson. No, we're all pissed too. We don't like it. We're pissed off. We feel it's unjustified. You can see, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure you've talked to your friends and had bad experiences. We talk to our friends. We all have bad experiences too. The point is that it's, you know, everything Sig is saying, the old, is that, yeah, you don't hold court in the street. And it's, and whether you're black, white, Asian, whatever it is, if you're polite, you will get the ticket and you will drive off. And I had to come up because you said, if I'm just walking down the street and a cop comes up to me and hassles me. Well, that actually happened to me in this particular case. I'm walking down the street. I cross the street. Next thing I know, there's a cop there and he says, come here. And I'm like, what the fuck? But I just over, I had something in my hand. I put it down and he said, you were jaywalking. It said, don't walk and you crossed. And then he said, I'm giving you a ticket now, and so that everybody sees you're getting a ticket so that they won't jaywalk. I kept my mouth shut. I just stood there. He wrote out the ticket and then he said, you crossed against a solid red. Because you were polite, I'm giving you crossing against a flashing red, which is a lesser penalty and a lesser, you know, it's a lesser infraction. And here's the ticket. Have a good day. I said thank you and I walked away.
All right, so
9% of the time, amazing. Polite gets you a ticket, you walk away.
Can I go after you, Thomas?
yeah, let you get in there. I just want to say this as well. I was trying to get to this, and I got cut off, but it's absolutely true. Again, it's not 100% proof, but listen, if you're giving out good energy to the police officers when they pull you over, like, man, why did this bitch ass nigga pull me over? Man, fuck that nigga, fuck them crackers. Yeah, you're probably gonna fucking get a ticket, and then if you act out, you're probably gonna get arrested. Now, with that being said, I've gotten out of so many fucking speeding tickets. Man, I be going sometimes like 20, 40 miles per speed limit sometimes. And I'm like, hey, my bad, officer, my bad. I fucked up. I shouldn't have been speeding and things like that. And I can't keep it pushing. Sometimes they give me a ticket. There's a lot of times they've let me off as well. I've never been arrested. Drug out of the car, none of that other goofy shit. Okay? Even, I had a situation, I'll say this. I had a situation, this was years ago. I was in college. I was going to see my mother. She lived on Basin Street in Tallahassee, Florida. Right? And it's a fucked up neighborhood. It was a fucked up area. Dudes with their titties out. It was a real rough area. I'll never forget. I got pulled over by police officers in my Kia Sportage at the time. I was broke as fuck. Okay? And what happened in that situation was I didn't do shit. But they told me to get out of the car, put my hands up. And they had guns drawn on me. They just pulled me over. If I would have responded like how some of y'all are saying responded, I probably wouldn't be here today. Trying to cuss out the police officers, whole court in the fucking street, and act fucking crazy because I feel offended because the motherfucker shouldn't have pulled me over in the first place because I didn't break any fucking laws. They were looking for someone not matched the description allegedly. And I could be like, okay, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That, nah, nigga, you would just be, stopping me because I'm black or whatever. And again, I might not have been here if I would have crashed out that way, guys. We cannot sit back and say that we want to hold court in the street, and then when we do and things don't end the way we want to, we want to step back, gnashing up teeth, screaming into the air, and saying the white man's terrible, the police are terrible, et cetera, et cetera. We can't move like that, guys. And go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah, that was me, Thomas. I called them on you. Sorry about that.
Dude, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Yeah, and where's this place where the titties are out? I gotta go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to bring up a point for the idiots that are going, because you know what they're going to say. Well, that's because you're in a low-crime area, in a place where the black man has to be ostracized by the law because of his race. Well, guess what, you you dumbasses. I grew up in that area. I grew up in an area that you're very much describing. Whoever knows about Norfolk, Virginia, yes, even to this day, the violence rate is still not as bad, but it's still higher than the state average to this very day. Approximately 5 incidents per 1,000 residents. Residents have a 1 in 150 to 1 in 180 chance of being a victim. That is of a robbery or violent crime that does or might include violence or murder with a deadly weapon. It has gotten better, but still can end up a dead person, or in this case, because of Norfolk, your kid can be dead because of bullets. Despite that, you then ask, well, do a lot of cops shoot black people? No. The premise that Norfolk, Virginia has a relative low rate of unlawful police shootings despite its high black population, firearm ownership involves a mixture of pioneering local policy reforms, statewide legislative changes, and aggressive federal partnerships. So I will just make that simple. Essentially, the people act lawful and the cops act accordingly. I know that is hard for Blackistan educated people to understand, but I grew up in this place, and I can tell you, if you lawfully do not do stupid shit with weapons, being black, even if you get pulled over with your and sometimes weed, you won't get shot or arrested or have a record for owning a gun while black. Actually, if you wanted to be even more fantastical in your brains, you might have an outstanding or an outdated warrant on some of your weapons, because we are such a gun owning state that happens. And the cop will actually say, hey, that G18 dash like ZC21 or whatever the weird code might be for this specific lot, because yeah, black people in like a lot of blocks. I don't know why, but that's just the thing we have. Yeah, it seems that that weapon is out of date. You need a reference or link to get your weapon up to code so you don't have to wear it. Yeah, the cops actually do that to black people, believe it or not. And that's a very normal and common interaction, because that's kind of a thing known in the entire state. Black people don't really keep up with weapon codes and shit. So a lot of cops basically say, yeah, your training permit is out of date. You might need to go update that so you don't get arrested. And that happens when you are law-abiding, non-criminal. That's a don't be a criminal with a gun. Then you will kind of might face that. But even in those cases, the majority of the criminals that do have former records, as long as it's not an active thing, you still can own a firearm. You'll just be dealing with the cop probably about 30 minutes, because they're going to check everything, instead of 5 minutes. So the gist of the story is, even in a very high violent crime area, and the population of black people own a high amount of firearms, I mean, it's a really high amount, we still don't have the cops murking us if we're not breaking the law. Now, if we are breaking the law, I will give you that. You're probably going to get shot.
So how often you seen a white guy get shot for having something that resembled a gun?
Well,
like when's the last time?
Knew a couple of friends that got killed like that.
Or do they?
You know what is stupid is
Do they show more restraint? Because I see a lot. I see the that thing. So basically, if you saying that.
I don't
like that.
My bad. No, I was saying, so if we 13% of the population, how does this stat that he said earlier even resonate? If we supposedly 13%, and it's 200 out of 1,000 getting killed, and we're at 13% of the population.
You guys are also killed. Black people also are responsible for killing
officers and attempting to kill officers in comparison to whites. You
I mean, so how many in comparison to
how
what?
much more likely a black person is to be
Can we have some stats and a source?
involved in
Like,
a
we
felony
just name,
stop or a
you just
physical
throwing shit in
altercation?
the air
Shut
at
the
this
fuck
point.
up while I'm talking,
I know more white guys than went out suicide by cop.
while I'm talking. That's so
Man, motherfucker.
You can shut your fucking mouth, dude. God damn, I'm trying not to cuss at you. No, the reality is, though, is that black people have way more negative interactions that they start with the fucking police. Hence, they're overrepresented. The stats all, and I don't know how many videos I saw them to just be like on my fucking Facebook feed, and it'll be, I saw at least a couple of black guys crashing out, yelling at the cops, saying, "You pussy, suck my dick," all of this stuff. And the cops are like, "Okay, now, all right, yeah. Just come on.
Don't forget, black women, when they get arrested, they always lie and say they're pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is that mouthing off to the cops doesn't even get you killed. When you are, if a cop is responding to a crime where they think a gunner or a robbery was involved, and you decide to resist arrest at that point, I mean, you're just playing fool's poker. You don't know how that's gonna turn out. It seems like most of these deadly shootings, it goes a lot further than just somebody opening their mouth. Cops are actually very used to people being rude and insulting them. So I don't know. I don't buy this shit.
Yeah, real quick, Pepe. Okay, here we go. So real quick, Isaac. I want to play a clip just so you guys can get an idea of what we're talking about. And again, I'm somebody that watches. I watch a lot of police body cam footage. I watch a lot of it, man. I use it for my training and my CPL classes. And this is typically overwhelmingly what you see. This is the interaction you see when it comes to blacks and the police. Here we go. Listen to this.
Just running it, and she has only school ID. Right.
This situation happened in Hamtramck, Michigan, actually not too long ago. This was less than a year. No, this is about a year ago in Hamtramck, which is right on the border of Detroit. So it's white cops dealing with a car full of black females. And I'll grab the link and I'll pin it up to the Jumbotron.
And she doesn't have a date of birth up here. I'm gonna have her step past 2 other people in the car.
Real quick, I'm gonna rewind it so you guys can hear when the cops approached. You guys can hear it from the start. All right, let's see here.
Change topics.
Yeah. We ended up changing topics.
So we got a lot more clip than usual. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So this popped up.
Hoboken Gallagher doesn't have a driver license, no registration.
So this is actually an abridged version. But the cops approach the car, the young women. They pulled them over due to expired tags or whatever. The women didn't have any registrations, driving on suspended light, just completely fucked up. All right. So the cop had a reason to pull them over. Listen to this interaction.
Nothing at all. It does have a template. I was able to see it, so I'm just running it. And she has only school ID right now.
1,000.
And she doesn't have a date of birth up here. I'm gonna have her step past 2 other people in the car. Alright, man. So I'm gonna have you step out because you don't have a date of birth in there. So what's your date of birth? Because I don't know who you are at this moment. So as soon as I have information, then you can come back. Okay, you will have to step out for a second, okay? I don't feel.
So granted, legally, okay, Terry stop. This has been ruled on by the Supreme Court. The cops have a legal right to demand you step out of the car. That is a lawful order. You must comply. You don't have a choice. And listen to this lady respond. I don't feel comfortable stepping out of my car. That's problem number 1 right there. And you hear the female officer. She's being respectful. Her voice isn't raised. She's not calling them any names. She's not being aggressive. She's not escalating. She politely asked her, "Hey, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle because you don't have paperwork to drive and operate this vehicle. So I need to further investigate this," right? This is 100% protected by the Supreme Court and the law. Listen to the reaction.
Listen, if you don't come out of the car, you're going to be arrested. Because she's asking you to come out of the car. I will not. You got to come out of the car right now. Undo your seatbelt and come out of the car.
No.
You hear how nice that white male officer just asked her? He said, "Hey, lady, if you don't step out of the car, you're going to be arrested. So just come on out of the car, take off your seatbelt." Not being disrespectful, not escalating at all. Here we go.
Okay. Yeah. She's refusing to go. I think it's all video. Arrested, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
How can I be under arrest?
You're driving without a license.
Call your supervisor.
You're going to be removed from the car if you don't open the door.
Call your supervisor. I'm not. We won't have to drag you out the car.
I have the time. I have a breaker as well. Here, let me go get.
There it is. You heard her. You gonna have to drag me out of this car. You heard. I'm telling you, this is overwhelmingly. When blacks have situation with, this is how it goes. You gonna have to drag me out of the car. Now who's escalating? Who's fucking escalating the situation? Thank you. Okay, so hold on, wait. Listen to the rest of it. Hold on, listen to the rest of it. Listen.
If you don't step out of the car, we're gonna break the window and we're gonna remove you from the vehicle. You're gonna be arrested for felony.
I want the supervisor. I don't
We're gonna break your window. We're gonna break the window if you don't step out. And then you're coming out anyway. So you're under arrest. Get out of the car. Now, you're driving without a license. Step out of the car. Step out.
Don't reach him. Open my window.
So now, she pulled off on the car. All right, she fucking pulled off. Ended up going on a high-speed chase, and she crashed into another car at the intersection and killed 2 innocent people in that car that she crashed into.
I just see this going on.
There you go. There you go. And what I'm telling you is, this is a Sandra Bland. This is what happened in the Sandra Bland. Okay, the majority of these adverse interactions with cops, this is how it starts. There's a shit ton of body cam footage. You're gonna see more of this on body cam footage than you're gonna see the other way around. And then the cop being fucking rolled and corrupt.
Did you see the one? Did you see the one say where the black lady was with her goddamn son, and the police officer pulled her over for whatever reason, and she just starts going off on him. He was being very polite. He just said, "Okay, I'm just gonna give you a citation," and she said, "I don't want it," and she took it and threw it out the window. And he said, "Yeah, he said it's literally late. She had to pull. He pulled her out. She started fighting like, get your fucking hands off me." And the little kid, his son was like, hollering and screaming, "Oh my God, please stop!" And I'm like, "Oh, see, this is look, bring in front of your son." She didn't care. Don't act like your son. Don't act like you give a fuck about your son being traumatized now. You didn't give a fuck when you were sitting back there acting the ass and showing your ass to the police officer because you didn't want to get a ticket for speeding.
She hired a lawyer. She wasted all her money on a lawyer. But she could have just avoided the situation. Now she's like trying to protest and like she's having interviews like, "Oh, I'm traumatized. Oh, I'm scared when the cop comes around." But then she created that situation herself, so she's wasting money on a lawyer.
No, see,
This is why I don't. So can I get in this? Just for the conversation.
You said what?
You want to go before me? Go ahead.
I mean, it's just a political question here at this point, right? Before we started seeing, I take it before 2014. Before 2014. And I'm starting that for a reason. Before 2014, before the whole Mayoral issue that happened here, right? When it came to the issues of police interaction with people and the argument on body cameras, it was coming up. And people on the left was demanding more body cameras. Do you think now that body cameras have been implemented in this mandatory, now do you think that they will take away the body cameras because now that people are starting to see a lot of police interactions that they say fabricated something like that. It's the best thing that ever happened to the police department. It's the best thing that happened to the police department. Now they have to sit back and settle out of court in goddamn time.
And the fact that they know you guys are good friends, sometimes these people are scared for the guys as well. That video that is the perfect example. That's what I think is the best thing. Well, I always ask, okay, what the fuck you think they can do? You feel me? Show me the game. Because nigga, I had police interactions and I ain't get killed by the police. Nigga, I ain't get killed by the police. It started the cop shit.
Amazing.
Brother. You can't discriminate and say us white people are pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, majority of Americans are fucking retards, bro. This is what it is. Blacks are super retarded. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Can I get this link and I'm gonna post it up on the Jumbotron. I don't have the ability to do so.
Okay. Yeah.
But so can we go over this?
There you go, nigga. Post it.
Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Alright, so I just want to point something out to people real quick. I put the link in the chat, but I'm about to post it up on the Jumbotron. And if somebody has the ability to play it, that would be great.
Yeah, post it up on the Jumbotron and I'll get it queued up. But before we do that, I just pulled up Sandra Bland's video. Okay, listen to this shit. Listen to this shit, because these niggas will tell you. It's the police. The police. Sandra Bland, she ain't do nothing. Listen to that shit. If you want to go up to her and talk like that, have that type of attitude, oh, she fucking let you know you're out of line. But for some reason, they feel like it's okay to act that way with other people and then cry and get upset with the cops. But listen to the fucking attitude. You heard that cop. He didn't come up there, you okay? Are you okay? And listen to the fucking disrespectful ass, shitty ass attitude she did. So I think that's reasonable for him to ask, because people use cigarettes as a fucking weapon. They say it's a turn your radio off, turn your car off, turn your house down, so it's ready to fucking go. This is professional interaction. Okay? So what happened is this cop was just better ticket, right? But he's well within his right for her offenses to ask her to step out of the fucking car. He wasn't gonna do that. But fine, you wanna be a bitch? Okay, I can be a bitch. Let's go. She decided to have a bit of context with law enforcement. Law enforcement is she chose to start this thing in contest. Okay, now the cops are fine. You wanna be an asshole? I can be an asshole. So I'm gonna step out of the car. I'm gonna run this thing all the way to the fullest of the law. Now, since you want to be a fucking douchebag, this is what he's going to do. The cop was not going to pull out the car. The cop was going to kindly give her a ticket and let her be on her fucking
I'm calling my I'm gonna get you out. Okay, you gonna get me out of my car? Okay. All right. 25, that's it. Let's do this. Yeah. Yeah. That's perfect. You're not the car. Don't touch me. I'm not under arrest. I'm under arrest. I'm under arrest for what?
Yep. Once that cop tells you to step out of the car, and when he's got you pulled over for a traffic citation, they have the legal right. Terry versus the state of Ohio. It's ruled by the Supreme Court. They have the right to ask you to step out illegal, and if you do not comply, you are now breaking a law that is an arrestable offense. You know, the reason why I went this far, because she decided to fucking locked in that jail. How many times did she call her mom? She called her mom over 10 times, and her mom purposely did not answer that call on the phone. Why? Because come to find out later, that bitch is a burden on her family. They were sick of it. They were fucking sick of it. So they saw her call her from the jail. Her response, decided not to respond. And then when she shows up dead in jail, now everybody wants to cry over her. Oh, why the fuck did you go out of jail? Why the fuck did you go out? Why did you go out to apologize for her? She's super fucking double into making it all race and trying to get a fucking settlement out of ass and put some money in her pocket. That's when it becomes an issue. But it wasn't an issue when she was calling her ass and up fucking jail. You didn't care about her that much.
I keep going back to the Renee Good situation in Minneapolis. He gave her the key. This is like one of my little dollars. He told her to step out the boat. She didn't. She fought. And she called us and died. The national narrative that was going around the country at that time was, hey, he had no right to tell her to got hard and she did not have no baby. I think that's a problem when we have a national narrative that's set like that, that is purposely telling people you don't have to baby, you need to stop saying you're inadvertently creating a victim. Right? When shit like that happens. Now, however, I'm just saying, I don't think that she had any intention on killing him hard, but I do think she had every intention on fleeing arrest, and she didn't get the fault. She had to get a doctor. What you think? What y'all say that's a fair assessment, right? Not wrong, right? She fled arrest, arrested, intimidated, apologized. Don't ever give the police any reason, right? You gotta know how to play the game. Don't ever give them any reason to think you on some bullshit, bro. Because they will clap your ass, or they might clap your ass. But yeah, but Charlie trying to fake run over the car. That's the car. Unfortunately, man, I'm running this off my Apple's address, so I can't do Facebook. If you can find it on YouTube, I can run it off of that. But yeah, I can't run it off. I can't run all the way off of Facebook. Even in music mode? Yeah, or yeah. Let me try that. Let me see. Let me try that. Music mode. Let me do some things. Audio quality. Give me a second here. Go back. Let me click the link. Go back and play. All right, here we go. So many parked cars and side streets. Look at this green guy next to that lane. You guys do that? Yep. I'm supposed to be the suspect signs on their rings speaking in tongues because they try to turn out
Yeah, so this dude, I'm looking at this guy. So, dude led police on a high-speed chase, black dude, dreadhead, Mayan nigga, and then came to a stop in the street and pulled out the fucking gun and pointed it right at the cop and started shooting right through the windshield. And they got his ass. That's crazy, bro.
They said that was yeah, a lot of folks was trying to when the shit happened, a lot of people were saying that cops were just out here just killing people and that they unjustifiably killed until the footage came out. They was letting them on a high-speed chase. And said to turn down the alley, but going too fast and the inertia takes over. They feel such crash, right? So then somehow decided to turn into an alley and he hit a wall and it's severely damaged the front of the car. So as he was going by, the car slowed down like 5 miles an hour. And so the car couldn't go any further. Hopped out the car. First thing he did, he pointed a gun right at the fucking cops and started shooting at them. Boom, boom, boom. Firing back, boom, boom, boom. He runs. They get his ass. Like, out here killing black men, blah, blah, blah. They ain't have to kill them. Wait, what do you mean they didn't have to kill them? That motherfucker intended on killing them.
PTR, that's the body cam footage. That's him when he went jumping out the car, pulling the girl directly at the cops.
They can't beat this shit up, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I ain't been that's why I asked the question now. Why some they body cam is the biggest self-own when it comes to people that try to make race out of everything. When it comes to police. And I think that's the biggest self-own. That's the worst thing that we ever did.
Carried by 4 cops, and I'm really disappointed in the you know, you're showing all these black people doing this. Where's our white representation? A stupid ass white representation. I'm just showing.
Oh, well, I just brought up Renee Good.
No, I didn't see my shot in my phone. Anyways, it's fucking hilarious. I don't feel
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. They get it too. You fuck around, you gonna find out. That's just the fucking results. You start off escalating this bullshit. Top that first domino. Don't get mad with the rest of the fuck.
Man, I'm happy that these fucking cops is fucking white people, bro. I'm just telling you that right now, bro. This shit would, like, a niggas, look, imagine if there was no cops, bro. You feel me? And this is coming from the streets too. Like, niggas understand, bro, we need police out here, bro, regardless if we doing crime or not, bro. Because it's just like, shit would be so chaotic. You feel me? And I'm glad the majority of cops are not fucking black people. Because shit would be a problem, bro. Like, niggas, I be seeing shit before. I don't even need it. It doesn't even need to be reality for me to know what the fuck would happen, bro. This shit would be fucking bad, bro.
So, Cass, let me ask you a question. What do you say? What would you say if you encountered a person that said, defund the police? We need to abolish the police. We need to get the police out of the black people. As a response,
I tell them
you
niggas
say to that.
I would just tell them to shut the fuck up. They don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro. Like these people, they are the problem, bro. I would just tell them, like, bro, without the police, bro, like, your ass would have been out of here, bro. Because somebody would have took care of your dumb ass. You feel me? Like, yeah, real shit, though. Like, police is saving a lot of people right now, bro. But it's just like, opposite, and they're doing themselves a disservice trying to defund the police and help people more dead. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I think my response is to when people say, well, we need to get the police out of the neighborhood, we need to police our own. I said, okay, cool. That sounds good in theory. Now let's game theory this shit.
So yeah, when we police them, we try to police our own, they over there.
I said, so here's my game theory. All right, let's say we are policing our own. There's no police in the black neighborhood, we're policing our own. How do we hold those accountable that go too far?
Man, how would we? Oh man, if we're realistically speaking, like honestly, the best way to do it is everybody has to turn on that person, bro. Like the only reason people can hold up certain arguments is when they have people standing by their sides, like realistically, without saying that crazy, like we have to kill these people or whatever. We have to like really center them, and everybody has to really like, yeah, man, tell these people you're tripping, bro. Like they have to be embarrassed, you know. They have to be embarrassed, and nobody can stand by their side, bro. Like that's one way to hold them accountable, you know. Unless we build more jail cells, you know what I'm saying, and put them in there or whatever. But realistically, holding them accountable would just be like putting them on the spot and just saying, hey, bro, this person is against the black community, you know?
Because I have I do have questions. Like, all right, to the people that say, well, we need to get police out, we need police our own. All right, and I asked them, well, what does policing look like to you? Mind you, keep in mind, there's a lot of people who said this stuff, they never trained. They never had combat training. They never had firearms training. They never had crisis de-escalation training, conflict resolution training, situational awareness training, any of those things. But they're just spouting this ideology, hey, we need to police our own. So let's say somebody from the neighborhood, from the community, is overzealous in their duties. How do you hold that person accountable that goes too far? Because within the scope of policing is certain boundaries. You don't go outside of it. A person who's never had that type of training or that type of knowledge about what policing looks like, 9 times out of 10 probably would go outside of that boundary. So get out of line and do something egregious that is not policing, that is really on the verge of vigilante.
Yeah, correct. That's why
And how do you hold somebody accountable that goes too far? And when I ask these questions,
you know what I would do,
as an
brother?
argument.
You know what I would do, brother? If I could, bro, I would put all these people in one community together and see how it goes. Right? So basically, this is a community where neighborhood, like okay, like this neighborhood is right across the street. You got Kyle, Kyle, Mayoral, you got Congressman, and you know and these other black folks. Y'all can go to this area right here. Like this neighborhood. Me, Guy, Megan, this dude called Raven. These are different homes that were made fucking for kids. You get what I'm saying? Because they're on that island because we know they made up and made how it goes. If you want to be in the main community, let us know.
Because I am of the view that, hey, people lose faith in their institution, right? Let's say the justice system. The justice system don't do what's right by the people. They keep fucking people over and they keep letting bad people get away. This is how a lot of people lose faith in institutions. If a society loses faith in an institution, it rises to vigilantes. Where people will say, well, fuck it. If they won't do what's right, I would just take the law into my own hands. I honestly do think that in a lawless society where there is no police, where there is no laws, where there is no justice system, vigilantism will be the reigning religion of said society. And with vigilantism, I think there is no way to protect from people who don't have shit better to either defend themselves or defend others. Because with Buddhism, I think that a lot of people will just take laws into their own hands and decide what the outcome is. So this is why I asked the question: how do you hold those accountable that take shit too far?
That takes shit too far. You just gotta strip them of that. Well, to police. Okay, if you're saying we're gonna police each other, we still have to assign people in that position to do it, right? So we still have to make our own hierarchy and rankings. If somebody taking it too far, then you gotta be back to step in and say, like, yeah, this is not part of policing, So it's still ran by the people who want to run it. The people in authority and all the different positions are letting them know how it's done and how it's not done. So if you make those people go too far, you strip them of their that power, So it's just not coming from outside people who they wouldn't agree with, who they don't like. So it would be the same way for it would be the same way. It's not.
I think they said it's the chief purpose of this segment. Yeah, when Trump was in office the first time, Jeff Sessions said the 7 degrees is oversight police. There's something else. Obama, he wanted these police out there thinking policy, right? They removed some of the incentives that they get from 1033, Project 1033. That's where cops get for free military-grade weapons. That was passed by Bill Clinton in the 90s. Obama already funded the company.
And ironically, it was Obama's Justice Department that issued a consent decree on Ferguson after Mike Brown.
There's another part of that. Bill Clinton, the Clinton administration passed federal funding to the police department for militarized gear. Gotta forget, black folks overwhelmingly voted for that. The same shit blacks are crying about now, blacks are the ones that overwhelmingly voted for that.
No. The Congressional Black Caucus gave their stand. Black people, the conditions. You gotta keep in mind, we coming on the heels of the crack epidemic, Reagan's policy on the drug policies, 101.
the conditions that was created that I read to y'all the other day, guys. I'm not trying to go down and disrespect. Who created the conditions? And you were Frazier was talking about the conditions before the crack epidemic in the 1930s, and then the Moynihan Report backs up this 1960 Moynihan Report, and then the Cornyn Report backs up those two policies. I'm talking about who created the conditions. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm telling you, I haven't been out the house now. Like 37. It's an incentive particular project program is where they get military grade weapons for free. They just need to have the installations to maintain what they get. You see what I'm saying? He removed some of those perks. That's it. I'm like,
Yeah, like, in all, like, the census are important. Like, for example, if you live, if there was a,
not census, the scent decrees.
no, I'm saying though, certain instances will make it easy for others to hold them accountable because they're gaining something, for example, like, if you had different communities, right, and everybody got paid some type of stimulus check, and there's a number of, if you keep the crime low in your area, right, so it's different here, so there's a certain number of crimes not committed technically, everybody in that community might get a small sticker, you know, something like that, right? If that was something, like I'm not saying that's what it is, but if that existed, then people will hold each other accountable because they're like, hey, bro, you doing this crime, right? Maybe we get less money, bro. Like, shut the fuck up doing this. That's what it would
Right, but the Attorney General, Tom Cotton, removed the scent decrees that held cops accountable. There was oversight and policing. He was ordered by the president. So he doesn't do that without me. That doesn't happen without a conversation with the president. Right?
And you know what? That was one of the issues when we talked about Obama getting, not Obama, but Clinton making the transition into Obama getting this military grade weapon. That was one of the issues that happened with Clinton after the early days of that shit. Some of the big cops showed up on American streets and killed like paramilitary groups, military grade weapons, military grade armor, vehicles, and everything. Motherfuckers on top of the just, I mean, smokes on civilians. And people was like, well, where the fuck did they get all this shit from? They find out. That's where it came from, right? And there was a back and forth between Obama and then governor of Missouri, Jay Nixon, about the paramilitary police operating on American streets. And so Jay Nixon was like, well, hey, bro, we need to get these motherfuckers off my goddamn street. Because a lot of people have a problem with the way they're presenting themselves with the show force type shit. And it's aggravating the situation. So Obama eventually did pull back the police force and all of that other bullshit. While at the same time criticizing the weaponry and the armory that they've had and all of that other shit. But nigga, that shit came from your parents. That shit came from the government, from the federal government. So how are you gonna sit here and criticize this shit at the same time? See, Obama was real slick. This motherfucker wasn't talking out of both sides of his mouth at the same time. And a lot of people were following the bullshit. He was enabling this shit, and he was feigning as if, you know what I'm saying, he know active about the situation and shit. So the motherfucker was real slick.
Well, who did he have by his side as his right-hand man? It was Joe Biden. Joe Biden's the one that orchestrated that 94 crime bill that helped usher in the militarization of the fucking local police forces, bro. Like, again, this is, you know, it's just, it's common shit. Black people allow things to get out of control in their neighborhood, and they fucking cry police and the government steps in and creates another crime that they apologize for. You know, again, during that election in the '90s when Clinton was running against Bush, that first election, Bush was gaining traction because blacks were sick of the violent crime in their neighborhoods. They were sick of it. They were fed up with it. All the bodies dropping, the crack, the drugs, the dilapidation of their neighborhoods, and you know, and they were saying, hey, we want this shit put to an end. We need a heavy police force in here. And Bush was gaining traction because Bush was coming in with a tough on crime stance. And the Democrats were like, oh shit, we can't let these Republicans win. We can't let Bush win. So they had to go the extra fucking mile. And that's where that 94 crime bill came in and all that shit. Because I'm like, fine, we gotta double down and go above and beyond what the Republicans are proposing so we can get that fucking vote back. And that's what swung the election over. And blacks overwhelmingly voted for that shit. And I mean, that was all. I'm not one of these blacks that's against the shit. I'm like, you saw the crime drop instantly. The crime dropped fucking immediately when that happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for it, man. When you got shit out of control like that, you need a tough fucking police force. But it's on the people to keep the government accountable so they don't overstep their reach. But again, don't let your communities and neighborhoods get out of control like that. And again, a lot of these black communities have this fucking no snitch policy. It's like you don't want police coming in your shit, but you're not willing to fucking police your own community yourself because you don't want to fucking be a snitch. Because you're scared of being ostracized by a bunch of fucking societal rejects around you who aren't building and sustaining your community. They're tearing it down and destroying it.
Yeah, that's sort of like both ways, right? Because the conversation always is, people don't want to snitch. I just don't snitch on each other neither. It's called the blue wall of silence. The blue wall of silence is real.
Yeah, but
Can I finish? Get out the way.
man, I said, oh, damn, nigga.
All right, so that blue wall of silence. There's a lot of animals that shot in the bridge in Chicago on tape. Had a knife in his hand. On tape, he walks away from the cop shooting in the back. Police report did not reflect what was in the video. Why would they criminalize someone who's not black? There was a police chief in Mississippi, Memphis. It was North Carolina. She's a black police chief. She tried to rid the police department of racist cops. You know what they did? They called in a black vote. The cops did, they quit. They just quit. They got jobs up on the police department. See what I'm saying? So, if you want to talk about some names not snitching, let's talk about the cops and those, right? Because they punish those who try to usurp or try to fix the problem. Internally, they punish them. Let's not forget about what happened to them. They don't come in as a chief of backup. They don't want to drive for them. They don't get promoted. They're terrible. The cops are saying that the racial profile, even when the cops are saying they can't be criminals, that military is another name for racial profiling. This is what the cops say in New York, not me. You see what I'm saying? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. That's what I'm doing.
That's a good point. That's a good point you made, brother. But, you know, since the masculine image, I've been affected and I've been going through a different style of argument. And there's a feminine argument and there's a male or masculine argument. The female or feminine is going to argue about this shit and how all the chess pieces need to be organized, fair. And the point is, it's not fair. The point is, who can afford to be a belligerent in the situation? That's him. The guy with the guns can. Who's fair for, you were trying to point about the no snitching. You were saying, they stick together and it's like, yeah, of course they fuck with it. You know why it's more substantial when they do it? Is if they can afford to do so. Who has more existence? A snitch. Who has less to gain? It's a question you need to ask. But you're talking about like, the cops and the police are like,
Because if my mic, it's just mic fucked up on me.
It's wrong.
No, it's
You in the matrix, bro.
Bro, like,
You in the matrix, man.
yeah, I know, I'm all the way in that motherfucker. Man, that's fucked up. Yeah, man, I'm all the way in that motherfucker.
Just what you said. Just what you said. And for the record, before we begin, myself and Abraham, we circling with this shit. Like, that's who you talking to right now. I think you need to know that.
So when you talk about the policies and stuff like that people should hold the government accountable on this shit, right? Remember coming off the summer of love, all these cities across the nation burned to a crisp because of police brutality. They were citing police reform, mass incarceration, all of this shit. Which I find funny is that on day one, January 2021, day one of the last administration, this motherfucker signed 7 executive orders. None of them shits had anything to do with police brutality, reform, mass incarceration, nothing. Which was the whole reason why everybody was in the streets on the heels of the George Floyd shit. Breonna Taylor and the like. But they used that momentum to propel them to the White House. Right? Even so, Black Lives Matter. When that administration got in office, Black Lives Matter tried to secure or get a meeting with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They got rejected. They went on their Twitter, they were pissed off. They went onto their Twitter and said, damn, I'm starting to think we got used. Well, no shit, you got used. No shit. All that money y'all raised was funneled directly to the DNC, to the Democrat Party, to help their candidates get in office. And when you needed them, they left your ass out there dry. The 17 executive orders, you go back and look at that footage of Joe Biden signing those shits. Members of the CDC is standing right there. Not a single member of the CDC halted Joe Biden, but hey, Joe, mind you, James Clyburn is the head minority ranking member of the CDC. Actually, is the reason why Joe Biden got into office. That group in South Carolina. They didn't even stop him and say, hey man, you don't see anything in these executive orders about the black community, referring to the black community. You don't see nothing about police brutality, mass incarceration, nothing. They just sat back and smiled and grinned for the cameras. Just let him give tenders to every other fucking body. I could have sworn these motherfuckers got out here in these streets, caused over $2 billion worth of damage. It was allocated to Kamala Harris at the time. California's top cop. And Joe Biden. They actually got out here supporting them and trying to put them into office. And they didn't do shit for your ass. I think that's hilarious, and I think that is a shot. That shit was crazy, right? They didn't have nothing in there in those 17 executive orders. I encourage everyone to go through Biden's 17 executive orders and look at those 17 executive orders. Nothing in there benefited the black people at all. So when Zig said, yeah, the public the government fixes to the fire policies that they implement, that is, none of that shit happened at all.
all of that shit until they got co-opted and they changed their mission statement and put black men at the back and elevated LGBT bullshit. But yeah, he's correct. It started out as
I never seen this.
yeah, with black men in leadership, and then it got co-opted, and then we saw the rainbow bullshit once that shit vanished. With Mike Brown shit, and it started because of Trayvon Martin. He said it was all black men in leadership that started that shit. That more black people were part of the society.
So back to the cops, right? So does everybody know who the wrong is? St. Louis? Yup. 17. Okay, so everybody talking about all standards. Go back to the all signs. Here's a black undercover cop. In St. Louis, they have two police departments, one white, one black. In 2024, the Missouri judge awarded $23 million in damages to the dog. A black undercover St. Louis police detective by his own white colleagues. The assault occurred on Tuesday, September 2017. Seven other officers were also seized. Those finally convicted and verified innocent history of prison. Here was something else. The police union needs to be given representation.
That situation that happened, I know exactly what you're talking about. This case is my homegirl who saw the company. He was in plain clothes one night over on the south side, and motherfucker rolled up and they beat him, and he was shot as well.
And he told him he's a cop, and it's
he was telling them that he was a cop, and they still fucked him up. Even though he was a plainclothes cop, they still fucked him up. They always go to the community and say, hey, we have any information, please come forward. Now we'll do the investigation, blah, blah, blah. Anonymous. Also, when they're doing their canvassing and shit like that, they're going house to house, and they're asking people what they see.
You as the host click the new game with different number of players or whatever. Okay. Yeah, that should return up onto the front screen. Yeah. Oh, and give me the number. Yes, we will make sure you're in this time to do it. So, take the one host, if not, I will.
Go back to me. And so, when you're asking me for this information, if I say, that plays
let's start getting it. The code is 4745.
So do we hit abandon game, exit main screen?
Yes.
Okay.
And nothing gets resolved in a lot of these cases because people do have information. But how would you protect them once they leave your precinct, right? That was a case on first 48. Motherfuckers in the goddamn in the interrogation was like, look, man, if I tell you what I know, y'all ass is gonna be investigating my murder. Just sure shit's like, so that was over with, boom. He got killed. They were investigating his murder because of the shit that he told them in the interrogation. Even though they said, we can protect you. Come forward, do what you know. We can protect you. Nigga how? But they ended up investigating his murder.
Don't forget.
everybody tries to respond that we're all trying to switch up the shit. When people talk about what people don't do, they don't want to snitch on these black men. Nah, fuck that. God say snitch again. In fact, those who do come forward to snitch on the cop, they get punished. Facts start coming out.
I get what you're saying about masculine and femininity. A lot of motherfuckers just want to have these arguments and shit based on their feelings and what they feel and feel. But when men step in with logic, it's like now the energy has changed, how the conversation is.
Doing all kinds of like stupid shit. It's like it's almost like they don't know they don't know how to make the right choices. It's like if you were going to, whenever you have a weapon where the police are like actively chasing you, like they're gonna be on alert. They're gonna be fidgety. They might think they see something. They're gonna fucking shoot you.
I think the person that you described, and it does in all ethnic groups, because I can share multiple videos where some white, black, purple, pink person do the same thing in the traffic stop, right? But I also see cops show some level of ability, right? Now, I say that to say this. Nobody commits more crimes than white people in America, but it's not represented in the prison population.
Well, that's it.
And I finished. Because I did not cut you off while you stopped. Go look at the FBI crime statistics. Nobody commits more crimes than white people. Nobody.
Per capita, come on, man.
Can I finish?
Come on, bro.
Can I finish? Because
don't do that.
Man, I'm not trying to argue, man. I just want to land. Didn't you say, Sig, I don't agree with you? You were telling people to calm down. I don't agree with what you're saying, but you ain't coming off the mic when they was talking, remember?
Well, first of all, it's my room, and I'm gonna tell you
what you said.
But no, apologize. You know I'm gonna let you finish. You know I don't want to be too much and take away your mic.
You said that was your word.
But how many times in this room today have I let people cut me off and I muted up to let them cut me off?
I know, that's what I just said.
Say something.
That's what I just said.
Come on, man. Come on.
I know, that's what I just said.
Go ahead. You know I'm gonna let you finish. Come on,
Right, but I can say per capita too. See, white supremacy always wants to use sample sizes versus population size with statistics, right? Because it doesn't make them look as bad. You see what I'm saying? Because if you go to per capita globally, it's even worse for white people because they only make up 10% of the population, but they're the most violent globally. You see what I'm saying? Well, look at them, type in countries with the most city bullets. The top 10 are all white. So I'm gonna say this, man. Here in America, right? According to the crime statistics, FBI crime statistics, right? We look at all of the crime categories. Nobody commits more crimes that's being charged, right? Not convicted, charged. They white people, but it's not represented in prison population because they've been in prison white privilege. Now they're here. During the Senate hearing committee, I can play the tape. During the Senate hearing committee, when asked by what's the girl name? Ortiz out of New York, she said, what is the greatest threat to national security? She had to repeatedly ask him. And the heads of the FBI and the DHS said, white domestic terrorists. All right. That's what they said.
It was white domestic terrorists for a few years. But what was it? What was it in 2000? I believe it was 2018, 17, 16, and if I recall correctly, it was black identity extremists. So, I mean, all right, when they talk about the white terrorists, they're generally talking about Nazi types. And the black identity extremists are pretty much, you know, the other side of the same coin. They're not really that much different in terms of their belief system. But yeah, you can say overall numerically, we're 60% of the country. You guys are 13 numerically who commit more crimes. But when it comes to the rate of crimes that are committed, black people, it's disproportionate. If we look at things like homicide, you guys commit the actual numerical majority of homicides in this country. That's like the one crime that black people actually they excel at. I mean,
I've never seen a white city celebrate the July at 40 shot, 75 shot. But clearly, I mean, every fucking holiday weekend in Chicago. You don't see 70 white people shot and shoot each other over a fucking weekend.
On our own holiday, bro. On our own holiday, Juneteenth. They were blowing each other away too. It was absolutely wild.
Hey, can I bring up an issue? A situation that happened?
Yeah, and then I want to I know Conscious just came in. I know he wanted to chime in. Let him go too. But go ahead.
I think it happened out in California or Texas, or probably even Arizona. Does anybody remember that white biker gang that got into a full-blown shootout?
Charlie's Angels. Not Charlie's Angels.
Hell's Angels.
Charlie's Angels. They just got on fire.
Yeah, they got into
watching too many white women unapologetic.
there's a Colfax, I think, in the
Wait, come on, don't get in front of it.
No, it wasn't the Hell's Angels.
Hold on, wait, don't get in front of it, Pepe, hold on. It was nearly 100 motherfucking bikers out there got into a full-blown shootout. Whole video footage of this shit. Several people died. I think like 9 people died. Nobody went to jail.
No, that's bullshit. They all went to jail. They never got convicted. So what ended up happening is they actually spent a couple of years. You can look at this. I remember this clearly. In fact, most of them were not even given bond. And the fact that they're part of a criminal organization, you know, an outlaw motorcycle club, you know, there was a lot of reasons why they did that, but they ended up getting. None of them basically, they all refused to cooperate. None of them would snitch on each other. You know, which kind of made sense. All of their co-defendants were fellow motorcycle.
They were all teams. What are you talking about?
All of this shit was on video footage.
Yeah.
On video footage. They clearly saw who shot what gun. So whether they were snitching on each other or not, or gave up information, they still have it on undeniable proof on video. And no one was convicted. All white biker gang.
How do you prove who started it and whether or not they were there?
It's on tape. Have you seen the tape?
Yes, I've seen the tapes, but how do you prove? You had so many people that hold out their weapons.
The crime.
Yes. Okay, so you have the first man that did something. Now, when everybody else pulls their gun, how do you prove they're not doing it in self-defense?
Stop it, bro. But hey, listen, I got you. So you heard what Pepe said initially, right? So largest white ethnic group in America is German Americans. When it's a room full of white people, they don't call themselves white. They call themselves German, Irish, British, Italian, so on and so forth, right? I can't be wrong in what I'm about to say, but they have their own white ethnic caucuses, right? It's called APAC, that's what Jews is called. Latin American caucus is called German American caucus. They all have their own white caucus. They break themselves down by ethnic themselves, right? Now, German Americans are about 40-something, right? Black Americans, we are about 50 million. So technically, Black Americans are the largest ethnic group in America. See, white people, when it comes to racism, they form like Voltron. You see what I'm saying? Now, I said that to say this. So, here's another example of how violent white people can be, okay? Anybody ever heard of Ahmaud and Ryan Bundy? Anybody remember what they did in 2016? Yes, no? And they
know what you're referring to.
I know you don't. And then their father had a standoff in Arizona as he grazed his cattle on federal land.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, that's the father. No, that's the father. It's two separate stories. So the father had a standoff against marshals when he came to serve him a warrant. And you know what else? His neighbors had guns drawn on federal cops. They and they walked away because they was going to beat them with force. They didn't want another Waco, which activated Timothy McVeigh. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give you him too. Give me a minute. Now, in 2016, armed anti-government extremists led by Armand and Ryan Bundy, sons of Nevada, Nevada rancher, I'm sorry, not Arizona, Vegas, Las Vegas, Nevada rancher Clyde Bundy took over headquarters of the Mueller National Wildlife Refuge. Somebody ended up dying in this case, right? And then they made recordings before they took the fuck over saying goodbye to their family members, right? And then guess what? They went to court and got acquitted by a majority of their peers. This motherfucker, Clyde, Ryan Amon, runs for fucking governor. So, now, you see how I was bringing up Timothy McVeigh? See, Timothy McVeigh was activated because of what happened in Waco seconds, right? Timothy McVeigh and his accomplice, they're known as white terrorists. You know, Timothy McVeigh, he injured 600 some Americans and killed 179. He blew up the building in Oklahoma. I'm like,
I mean, that is unusual. That's why it made fucking news.
okay, you ready? You want to keep going with this? So, if you look up the most terrorists, right? I mean, the most serial killers, right? Like I said, if you look at it globally, it's on the top 20, the majority, they either were a former colony of white people or a white country, right? When you look at the most serial killers in American history, most of them have been white.
What's a mostly white country? Who's the serial killer? Who's the serial killer with the most kills? Who's the serial killer who's killed?
I don't know why you be so triggered, man. We just talking, man. We ain't throwing shots, we ain't insulting each other. Just talking.
I thought Genghis Khan had the record for killing the most people.
I said in America.
You say globally. You say globally.
No, I started with global. I said countries with the most serial killers. Countries, right? So now, in America, right, if black people were so predisposed to violence like they would like you to believe, but why is it they're more black serial killers?
Go to Africa, nigga. Go to Africa.
White people actually are. That's a common trope. White people aren't overrepresented when it comes to serial killers. Guess who is though? Do you know who the number one serial killer in America is?
Don't say it so loud. You'll get us in trouble.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we're a majority white country, so that more of us doesn't matter.
Hold on. There's no serial killer. They don't even know how many this mother. He was killing people. Okay, his name is Hughes, right? He was killing people. He's
I disagree. I also disagree with this character that he brings into the Republic. Yeah, I know. I disagree with that. I think that there was. There was. What? Yeah, most. I know. You do know he's not right. Yes, of course. But you just said there are no white ethnic caucuses. Like now, like with my generation and lower, no. The problem is though, is when you look 60 years ago, okay, you would have some Poland, you'd have some Lithuanians, you know, some Catholics, you'd have all these other fucking pockets of Germany. Almost everybody, yes, almost everybody is held. Okay, so you don't have one German kid in your ethnic group. They put them in the
And then fourth is Slavic Russians at 20 to 30 million, and then fifth is the Germans, and they're citing about 70 to 20 million.
You're talking about when I say country, I said look up the countries with serial killers in the country going on killing other individuals. I'm not talking about the government doing ass work. But that's all it is. Violent people instead of people of color. Well, most of us consider the Indonesian is in the white community is especially not just within the white nationalist community, but even outside of it, some areas where people do look down on the Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans. Slavery classified as white in the 1950s and 1760 census. No, they were always classified as white.
populations, but we commit about the same amount of crime. And it might be one group commits 10,000, another group commits 15,000 or something like that, but it still rounds up to about the same amount of crime. Now that's the first half of it. Now the second part of it is that, so this is when it's like what y'all are doing. Okay, let's take 100%. Let's take 100. Y'all are committing 70% of the crime, but y'all are trying to make it as if the 30% is worse than 100%. You understand what I'm saying? And so that 30% really breaks down to about 15%, but you're still trying to put off the, the notion that black people committing the most crime, we're the biggest problem. Let's get into the snitching. Snitching applies to gangs in the black communities, and every black community in America, we have neighborhood watches. They report the crimes and stuff like that. The gangs come up with the no snitching policy because they look at it like they're ready to deal with stuff in the streets and say, let a black man go to prison. That don't apply to the entire population, everybody in the black community, everybody, or even everybody living in the hood. Those are just stereotypes. You understand what I'm saying? Those are just stereotypes.
actually do know about more sanctions than what I do. What's happening to the black people? Yeah, I think there's not much Show me where it's safe, where it's poor. Okay. So look, my question to you is this. My question to you is, I answered your question. I answered your question. I can tell you right now. I can tell you, hey, this is a problem, man. I can tell you, can I answer my question now? No, you didn't answer my question. So why can't I did listen. You know what? Some inner cities, some inner cities are free. Some inner cities are not. It's not serious. Answer this question to me. Why is it? How many videos? How many videos have you seen? I guess it's more problem with like it's open lane. There are people roaming and prowling. Everybody knows you gotta move a certain way in the ghetto. You cannot say there are some ghettos that are better than others. No, it's the same thing in every ghetto. The same type of way. You have to know how to deal with when you're in certain neighborhoods. And you as a black man, and I don't know, just as you like, but I had that point in my life, so I know there's a certain thing. There's a certain way we gotta move. That I and my kids have never been like that, bro. That my kids can go outside and play freely.
Okay, and so like, what if I was almost like in my great life in a white neighborhood, and all I did was get gas. If I'm not trained in boxing and can manage to 2, 3 feet down, I'm not gonna be. I was in the hood. You know, all I did was he asked me, okay, he asked me, can I ask you a question? I'm trying to
hold on, let me address your example. Okay, I get your experience, but again,
He didn't speak in generalities. You didn't hear him all.
he was talking about how he almost hurt
He
him.
got robbed twice. He talked about his kids. He said, all of that was innocent. If I can't be innocent, how could he be innocent?
Okay, so then, I can ask him the same question. What are the odds of you as a black man almost getting lynched by white people versus getting killed by black people? You have way higher odds of getting killed by black people by someone else.
You didn't let me finish the story, though.
That's the only thing that really matters.
Hold on, nobody stopped Blake when he gave his whistle story about happened to him in the hood. Why can't talk about what happened in the white?
Because it's more likely people that look like him are going to victimize him than people that look like him.
That was not the first time, nor the only state where I see the black folks get rich. With my whole lives. In a white neighborhood.
The numbers
But it's less likely to happen. You have more chances of people looking like you victimized.
Hey, I got you, man. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, black men. I'm sorry. And I'm trying to. See, man, he asked me $100. They had the noose in the backseat. The white girl had the noose in her hand, hanging out the door. And here's the fucked up part. This is what talk is. When the cops showed up, they couldn't believe one person in there, the three people. I just spent the weekend in jail. I'm sober. I didn't do anything. They didn't even do nothing behind what you say. Here's the team. They attacked him. They're dead. And then the funny part was, the cops kept saying, where are your friends? And there's no way you defended yourself against three people. If I don't know what I know, guess what? I'm not here today. You see what I'm saying? Even the witnesses like, no, they ran up on him. You see what I'm saying? Now my question to you is this: how many videos do you need to see where a black person walking in a white neighborhood or sitting in a car and a white person comes out of their home and accosts those white people?
It rarely happens. Let me ask you a question. It rarely happens.
It doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter how many videos, like.
Oh my God! Now it don't matter.
No matter how many videos, right? I'm not gonna say that constantly, like, the statistics that you just read, the statistics says per capita, black people make more violence in America per capita, not in total. No point of bringing up in total. There's no point in bringing up total amounts because if we're talking about averages, I just took statistics last semester. It's very simple. It's an average. It's a ratio, meaning one person for every 10 black people could experience an homicide. 2 people for every 10 black people could experience an homicide. Okay, so these are statistics. Then you realize that statistically, more black people experience a homicide at a black person. Now, that's not saying they respect. And in the case of black people, that's not what I'm saying. That's saying since we gather the data, let's say one fiscal or 5 fiscal years or 10 fiscal years. There's no point now, and the data also tells you that this is based on the amount of homicides actually acknowledged and people arrested, right? That's so you should already know that it probably is the case that the number says that black people could be more homicides down. It could be the case in reality, and I say like it is why when you talk about the wealth and other factors that contribute to what the statistic is, anything that should have read should have told you that there are multiple contributing factors to this number other than race. Period. That means there's no problem with acknowledging that more homicides are committed amongst black people in per capita. That means on average, right? Not in
I said murder was committed. I don't need to say per capita.
Yes, because it's a statistical conversation.
I mean, hard data, sir.
No. Okay, anyway,
This is accurate question.
The point is, acknowledging that number doesn't even state that black people are contributing to crime. That number simply states that it is in the context of the country we live in, the history we live in. Under these conditions, this number is so. Now, you can even say, in the last 200 years, in terms of total amount, not per capita, not on average, race has committed more mass murders. It can easily be like by approximately the national government. So I don't understand why it's so hard to acknowledge that in this conversation, but in another conversation, I get
But all I'm saying is, it's not illogical, it's not inaccurate to say on average within the black community, more black people are dying to other black people than are white people dying to other white people. That's recorded. That's not. There's nothing. There's nothing you say that equals black people are violent. It does not. So
Did you hear what I said there? Undercharge or overcharge? Did you hear the budget?
that's the fact. That's a fact. As a matter of fact,
That's what I led with.
It's a factor, right? So they won't bring in total amounts, right? We still stick with averages and explain why black people's average rate of homicide is so much higher.
In a lot of those cases, they're overcharged. It should have been manslaughter or self-defense.
Okay, so then that would not be a conversation as to that would be.
And white people are undercharged.
Okay, but that would still acknowledge that the rate is higher, right? And it sounds
Because looking at the crime stats break down the arrest rate. So per capita, and that's what I was explaining to y'all earlier. So per capita, our arrest rates are higher, but the amount of crime that's presented, white people commit the most crime per capita. The crime stats are just arrest rates. That's the first thing. Second thing is that the black community is not just all groups of people, all races of people are killing one another. All races of people, that's across the board. So that's not really talking about black people. People surrounding major cities and moving to the suburbs, live in middle class. When you talk about the inner cities, we live more so in middle class neighborhoods and high. When you get out of the middle cities, we have a ton of predominantly black cities. Predominantly got most of the major cities. Cities, no matter how big or small they are. What I said, my brother, so you gotta listen. What I stated is that in the cities, majority of black people have moved to middle class and upper class neighborhoods. When you get out of the inner cities, we have a ton of predominantly black suburban cities. So my point is that in this
start doing better work, doing their jobs, and also Section 8 will allow them to do vouchers in those outer tier suburbs and sometimes further out in the rural. But here's the so one thing I have noticed as a person who lives close to certain cities and the banks, it's your Minneapolis first. It's an outer tier suburb right next to Minneapolis. And what I've noticed is that suburb from the city, that suburb is actually diverse, Let's be honest.
My brother, you name one place. I can name all in Dallas, my brother. Dallas, Soto, Cedar Hill, Douglas, all types of areas out here that are predominantly black or crime rates. And that's just one city. That's going all across the country. Yeah, in every neighborhood, you can go to rich white neighborhood. That's really crime, my brother. So you name one area out of thousands of cities all across the country. My point to you is that we all talk about the black community. We talk as if the hood is a predominant area where black people live, and that's not true. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's why I said these are 80s, 90s talking points. If we was in the 90s, you would have a valid point. But see, times have changed, my brother. More people have moved on. You're right.
majority of blacks live has increased since you said 1995. Increased in the majority of black areas.
Crime has decreased and incarceration has decreased. Everything
So you talk again from an opinion, but brother, you talk the state powers that show that the crime has come.
Okay.
Let's go. They're talking about some shit over there. That shit is deep into the New York City. First problem there is inner cities, even though there's a private sector for all this crime rate in the street right now in the US, they're just talking nonsense on me. They're talking about legalized sectors against some other cities and all that shit.
Look up in the last 10 years. Just look it up.
Versus the last 50 years. Yes, it's decreased.
When they were born 50 years ago.
What? We can still look up the stats. What does that mean? We can still look up the stats.
Look up at the last 10 years, sir. You take your inner city where the majority of blacks live and the majority, say, well, not a majority, minority of blacks live in the suburbs. Who has the highest crime rates amongst blacks?
Let's read out them stats. And you're still wrong because the majority of black people they move to the suburbs. It says yes, overall crime in the United States has substantially decreased over the last 10 years.
Homicide, don't cut them off because you don't like what he's saying.
Homicide.
I'm listening.
Murder rates have plummeted. The level of data indicates historic single-year drops, putting the U.S. homicide rate at its lowest point in more than a century. General violence, aggravated assault, rapes, and robberies have seen massive multi-year reduction across.
That can't be true because motherfuckers can shoot.
If you look at the data for even the inner city like Chicago, New York, anywhere where it's known for being violent, where there's a lot of it, it's all decreased, homeboy.
Let's take murder off the table. Violent crimes.
He just read out.
You are trying to make I say, you guys,
he just read out rape and robberies also. What are you, like, slow?
Sir, would you stop talking, please? Because a lot of people shoot and can't get shoot like the 18. So you have some murders and then you have a lot of shootings. You're telling me over Father's Day weekend in Chicago, there was 50 people got shot plus.
You asked 3 different questions since I've been in this room. Now, so let's be honest. You said Father's Day in Chicago in 2026, 50 people got shot. Well, I remember Father's Day in Chicago in 2012, where 130 people got shot. Obviously, that's less people. The 130 for 50 is less. We're telling you that it's less. The crime is going down, and you don't want to believe it. You're trying to make your point and get you that it's bad, but it's going down. You can't keep blaming people for what they did in the past. It's going down. And I can pull up that article where 130 people got shot from the Chicago. That was right, but he just told you 50 people only got shot. And I'm not saying only like that, it's only. I mean, but it's a lot less than what it was. That's what he's saying. You're not understanding the whole it's still less. It's still less. When you hear it, it's still
Complaining that, the black community is getting over police.
I don't know about an hour and a half ago. I'm looking at it. Also, police have testified why they over-police the black community because the black community don't have money to pay for lawyers. They also talked about this, like, because everybody wants to talk about podcasts and shit like that. Well, anyway, the just shootings, look at it right here. It's decreased. The whole time it was a little slightly different. It's in, like, compared to 2024, 2023, 2022. It's 80. we have a conversation, and if you're these crimes will occur, you came up with 4 different questions that you may be able to answer. The 4 questions is for whether these crimes are still on, or are the times being put out of being run, and then criticize the offender. So every time that you want you to prove a point, please, have the conversation, speak on it, but you can concede that you're wrong. You can concede that you're wrong. I was wrong. I changed.
I can concede that since 2017, when they had that massive, it was 2017, 2018, whatever.
I said 2013.
2013. So I can concede that point. So this year with us, yes, I can concede to that.
Over the last 13 years, it's been less. Because this is 13 years. It's not like this is 2000.
Have we looked at every single year?
Years.
Have we looked at every single year?
Renaissance just said, other than the spike in 2020 where nobody was fucking working and shit like that, and people was out there doing crimes, everything else was less. For that 1 year. And that can happen.
And that's nationwide. If you look at the statistics anyway, every state in America crimes might go slightly
You're answering it, so basically he's asking you specifically black community, and you're answering it for all communities. You can only variable in the black community.
All right, Pepe, since you want to come off mic, I remember me talking to you a couple of weeks ago, and you were saying that Chud the Builder was going to get out. Now, how do you feel that Chud the Builder is not going to get out? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You said it is not the same crime. He shot somebody because they defended him, and then we came to find out.
It's not the same crime. It's not the same crime as Austin Metcalf. No,
How
it's
come
not the same
you?
crime.
I never said nothing about Metcalf. Never said nothing about Metcalf. You bringing that up? You feel that in your heart. I never said that. You bringing that up. I said, you said Chud the Builder is going to get out because somebody attacked him and he shot back. Then we come to find out that nobody attacked him and he shot them.
I never said that. We don't have the goddamn. We don't have all of the fucking facts. For fuck's sake.
Right. What are you talking about? Law is public. This stuff comes out in public.
Alright, shut up.
Now I gotta shut up because you're wrong. Again, I still never said nothing about Metcalf.
Chad, just be respectful of the moderators, please.
I'm having a conversation with you.
I know, you're talking over me.
It's called a conversation.
No, it's you talking over me. That's not a conversation.
Exactly. None of y'all have been in a barbershop. That's how I know none of y'all have been in a barbershop and had a conversation.
Okay, so you can't use the dynamic range and pitch and the acoustics that would come from bouncing on walls in a fucking barber shop. But we have our digitalized processing of our voices where basically the volume is going to be capped, and when people talk over each other, you're not going to be able to tell who's talking to who. It's going to end up getting mumbled. So it's why it's not the same. But anyways, I even with Austin Metcalf or Carmelo Anthony, I didn't know because I didn't know the facts. The tape recordings didn't come out before the trial or even during the trial. I didn't know anything. And even with Chud the Builder, I don't know. They have this video that shows something happens and I don't know. That's it. I don't have the full story. I don't rush to judgment on these things because despite what I might want to believe is true, it's too easy to be proven wrong, and I don't really want to have a track record of trying to predict things that could be wrong.
All right, again, Pepe, you switching up. Because I remember you saying when we were talking about You brought up the Carmelo Anthony and the Metcalf case. Only thing I said was Chud the Builder. So, since we're going back to that, I remember you saying when people were saying that, hey, we don't know all the facts about Carmelo Anthony, you're chipping out, you're chipping out, you're chipping out. And when I said to you, and Monica that was also in here, and there was another lawyer lady, I don't remember her fucking name, that was in here, Chud the Builder is going to go through the same thing that Carmelo Anthony is going through. And that's what he's going through right now. You was like, no, that's not going to happen. He's going to get out. He's going to be fine. He still ain't got out. And we heard hold on. I was quiet. I was quiet and I let you speak. Why are you being emotional? I was quiet and I let you speak. So chill out, bro. It's okay. We're having a conversation. I said in here that he's going to go through the same thing because it's the same thing. He jumped off and shot that motherfucker over some words. And that's what the judge said. That's why the judge was like, "Look, man, nah, I don't give a fuck about all the people giving you money on the fucking app. Nah, man, you can't get out. Nah, man, you shot that person in front of the club, in front of the courthouse. Like, no, like, that's why he's not out right now. Because Carmelo Anthony got out. Because they really didn't know the facts. He got out. He got out. He was given a bond.
You don't think it's prejudice?
This is another... Hold on, man. Because you talk... Every time you talk, nobody else can talk. This is just me and you talking. Because everybody else was not in the room when we were speaking about it. I remember it. I remember specifically because I've been waiting to speak to you. Why can't you understand or concede that it's the same fucking thing? Chud the Builder is not getting out, but you want to sit up there and suck his dick because he's a different color than Carmelo Anthony. They're both wrong. I can admit that Carmelo was wrong. Why can't you admit that Chud is wrong?
Because I don't know all the facts that
But you were saying Carmelo was wrong before the trial even started. And you didn't know all the facts then. Yes, you did. I was in the room with you. You switched, so you wasn't calling black people saying they was tripping out.
Oh no.
So you also wasn't doing
I am the most racist white man on this fucking app. Okay?
That's not what I said.
So trust me, I'm not trying to save face here. No, everybody knows I'm quick to call people the N-word. That's what I do.
I never said that to you.
Yeah, and I'm racist.
I never said that to you.
This is not what this is about. It's not what this is about.
You did. Now you switched it up.
I did not say Carmelo.
I'm asking you specifically to you, because nobody else is talking. Everybody else.
I hope Chud the Builder gets off, and I hope that he's able to sue the fucking the fucking police department just out of spite for you. How does that fucking sound?
And that's how you walk somebody down. There you go. Because he also was calling black people chipping out on this app. But then he got out and walked around in public, and he never said no curse, no disrespect to no black person, no N-word, no chipping out. He's like, I'm walking around in public. I can't do that right now.
Do you know
he talks so tough on his app.
I've done it before.
But you didn't do it at that time. Fuck before. You did not do it. Exactly. Because you're
I don't think you understand. I live in a... Hold on. This is so low IQ.
I'm so low IQ.
Yes, I do talk shit online like most people that generally you would not say in a polite public. Now, when it comes to this, I live in a very nice part of town. Any black person that would shush.
You said that before.
Yes.
But how do you know?
Okay, shush. Let me, do I have to mute you, you fucking monkey? Let me finish.
Words don't bother me.
Okay, then let me finish. I'm trying not to mute you or move you to the audience.
Your rebuttal. Trying to give you
I'm not speaking to you. I'm not speaking to you.
Hey, look here.
Hey, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Pepe.
Disrespect the room, he's a mod. Now,
that's true. I'm gonna have it in this room. This room is out to do in a second.
You can do whatever you feel you need to do to be.
So silly.
You would not do it in public.
Okay,
I live in I live in an area, okay, where any black person that I would be at the store that would hear me, this is some nerdy goddamn high income black man that is not going to chip out and lose his goddamn job because he had to lose control of himself because he heard some cracker say the N-bomb. It's not going to happen. That's not something I'd have to worry about if you overheard it.
Do it in public.
I have done it in public on this app. You're so stupid.
On this app is not in public. In real life.
No,
you went to the black community in your area and said, hey, y'all niggas.
No, because I don't go around fucking with people. I don't do that.
Okay, but you do it on this app because.
Oh, no. What we're having is a conversation. So you're a loud, obnoxious, ignorant black man, i.e. a Negro, and I'm talking to you, and you're being very, very abrasive and rude. And I'm speaking to you in kind, and we're talking about race, and you think that you're black and I'm white, that somehow in the morally superior position does anything that's contrary to your belief is racist, and you're just chomping at the bit to call me a racist, and I'm saying, fuck you, goddamn ape, I am racist, so what? And that's that. What is your fucking point?
Again, I ain't never called you none of those words. You came off and said all of those words to me. I never said you were white. I never said you were racist. I know when people get ready to get off their mic and start talking. I never said you were racist. I never said none of that stuff. I just looked to what you said. I just stuck to what you said, but you decided to call me a whole bunch of names because that's how you feel in your heart, and that's fine.
It's because of how you're thinking.
Again, how do you know
black
how?
People that I've known on here for years, and I've never referred to them in a negative way regarding their race.
Because, well, again, secondly, one, you don't know what color I am because you see a picture of Catwoman.
I can tell from the fucking. First of all, you can tell people's race. I don't know who Mrs. Pipsqueak is in the background. Shut your fucking mouth. Hold on. No, hold on. You're going to the audience.
Why I can't finish, but you can.
But the problem, though, is that, by the way, there's a reason why people can generally tell if you're. Do you know how you guys have more or less? I have more of like what you would call a beak, an aquiline nose. You can see in my picture, I have a big nose. So I sound a little nasally. Now black people tend to have bell noses, not only to your nasal passages, but also your sinus cavities, because your skull shape is slightly different. You guys have a different inflection in your voice. How everything reverberates between those empty spaces does make you sound different. And so I can tell from listening to you that you are black. So, cut the shit.
Again, you would be wrong because I'm super white. Secondly, I never knew that was you in the picture. I pulled up out the ramen. Also, I don't judge people the bullshit that they got on fucking Clubhouse. I'm not judging none of y'all. I'm just asking, why can't you be realistic and realize that Chud the Builder is not going to get out?
How would I fucking know? I can't that he will or won't. It's just like I could not say it about Carmelo Anthony.
You don't have the replays on, but you sat up here, and I remember, because I write down shit, and I remember you
was I saying it's a white boy summer, and that Chow got off, then Carmelo got found, and then Chuck was going to be found not guilty. Yeah, we were. That was a theme. We were saying that shit. So what?
Again, I'll let you finish. Can you let me finish or not? If you can't do it, I'll just stop talking. Can you do it or not?
I'm not answering you.
You are answering me.
No, I'm not. I don't have to. No, you're trying to make a qualifier to you. I'm so important that if you want me to.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to have a conversation with you because you've been off this app for a minute, and I wanted to speak to you for a while. So now that I found you, I'm bringing it up now. If you want, we can have this same conversation in the back channel. Kay, I'm not talking to you. If you want, we can have. Kay, I'm not talking to you. I'm speaking to Pepe about something. Please relax, man. Please relax, bro. Please relax, bro.
because
I will make my point if you would relax and let me make my point.
Sir, I've been.
Every time my point, either you or Pepe get off mic, but I let y'all finish. I'm supposed to be a Negro. I did. I hear everything he said. I heard everything he said.
Fucking Negro, if you haven't noticed.
Sir,
that's fine, but that's not what you call everybody else. You call me that. I'm a
You're the one acting. You're the one acting.
I'm acting out.
Well, it fits.
I'm a Negro, but I'm not. We're having a conversation, so it doesn't fit.
You have 25 seconds to make your point.
Now I got 25 seconds. First of all, fuck what you said. Fuck what you said. Because every point that you made, Kate, was also wrong. Secondly, Pepe, the simple question is, how come you can't understand that both cases are the fucking same? The same way, now it's, oh God, the same way, I'm speaking as fast as I can. I'm speaking as fast as I can. You said I got 25 seconds, so I started speaking fast.
No. You have the time. You have the time. No.
You didn't? Okay, so let me finish. Let me finish, please. Please, can I say that? Or is that chipping out by me saying please? Yeah, I get it. All right. So now I'm asking Pepe, why can't you see that those cases? Why can't you see those cases are the same based off what we know right now at this time? Because the judge already said, "Hey man, you shot somebody who did not say nothing to you. He was supposed to be at the courthouse." Hey man, hit me up anytime. My name never changed.
That there is one. So he has a trial for two different things. One of them is for like disorderly conduct or trespassing, something minor, and he was denied bail for this misdemeanor in another court. And then I think his bail was kept at $1 million for his attempted murder, whatever the fuck charge he got. Once again, I don't know all the details, so I'm not predicting what's happening, but they're going to happen. But to say that this is the same, using your language as the Carmelo Anthony, no, you have two adults. We can look at where it happened.
That's the only thing you have. One were kids and one were adults.
Okay,
but both were the aggressor. Carmelo was the aggressor. Carmelo stabbed that person.
You're saying that prematurely.
And Chud, that's prematurely. And Chud shot that person because the other person did not have a gun. We know the other person did not have a gun because when the police got him, what are you talking about? So what?
I don't even know what the other guy was doing.
Why are you not understanding that?
I don't even know what the other guy was doing. If somebody...
It does not matter.
Yes, it does matter.
If Carmelo was not justified because somebody spoke words to him, then Chud the Builder was not justified because somebody spoke words to him.
Okay, here's the claims, and here's what I have not seen refuted. But once again, ultimately, I do not have all of the facts. It was that he was spotted by this man. Okay, that man ended up physically assaulting him. Okay,
it's not what happened.
You don't know that.
They already talked about it in some of the things that were going on. What are you talking about?
I never know.
I can see this public record. Why can't you see it? Because you don't want to see it.
It's public record.
I don't know about this.
You don't want to see it. The judge already said, no, I'm going to deny your bond because you attacked that man.
No, the bond was denied. The bond was denied. So, pre-trial, he was denied bond for misdemeanor. And the reason that she's not the one that's sitting over the, it's actually he that's sitting over the attempted murder one. This one, it was because of his history of provocation and you know, I guess like instigating and using racist language, and I guess he had there was one video where he had said something about like he's willing to go down, you know, with the fight and all of this stuff.
He's been using racist language this whole time.
Sure.
You're talking about Chud. He's been using it the whole time.
Yes, but it was hold on. There was a video that was played during that hearing where he was insinuating something like, oh, well, you know, this could end my life. I'm not going to go out without a fight. Something like that. And that was It was played during his trial or during that hearing, and then the judge for his misdemeanor case ended up giving him no bond. So despite whether or not he pays the $1 million, it's still at $1 million for the attempted murder. He can't bond out because of the judge in the misdemeanor case. That's what happened.
Okay, so I'm gonna concede to everything you're saying. Feel me? Like, let's say everything is exactly right. So they end up going to trial, and they find out that Judge the Builder shot that man because that man said some words to him. You gonna come in here and say you're wrong? Hey, chill out.
Yes, if that was what had happened, but
No. We're talking hypothetical because, like you said, the trial did not happen yet. So when the trial happens, and they find out that Judge the Builder shot that man because he said words to him, are you gonna come in here and talk about him the same way you talked about Carmelo Anthony?
Yes.
All right, then.
I would say,
shut up. Then we good.
Let me finish. So
you
I would say, shut the fuck up.
Off when I was talking.
And so there.
You're chipping out.
Yeah, okay. You act like such a fucking idiot.
Okay, come on, guys. We have a conversation.
Don't say cut it out. Don't say come on now, Kay.
All right.
Because you wasn't with that before.
So all I will say is this.
I was not in the room. We had a conversation here, sir.
So I will just say, Judge the Builder, shut the fuck up and let me finish. Judge the Builder.
All right, you're chipping out.
Can't even talk about. All right, I'm gonna have to move you down, dude. This is so obnoxious.
That's what chips do.
Okay, all right. I am a great part of the great ape species, so I just need to teach the audience.
I'm sorry. Oh, I just want to say, sir, we're having a conversation. Be respectful of the mods, man. Damn, have a conversation. We grown.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing where it all boils down to, man. And I know it's unrealistic, but as much as I got people on both sides. I got white family members and black family members at this point with all the mixing and integration. For fuck's sake, But it's at this point where we are becoming insufferable around this argument with certain type of white people and certain. And to be honest, man, it's a certain segment of our culture that's just insufferable to anybody, everybody. It's a certain kind of blacks that blacks don't want to be around. And it's a certain kind of whites that whites have already killed. Yeah, whites don't uphold the trashy or their society for the most part. But for some reason we coddle and try to pretend like it's not happening. And that's really the biggest problem in my perspective, coming from my point of view. And you can argue with me and say I'm wrong, call me on something you want, but I'm dead ass serious. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm just saying the fucking niggers of the world are the niggers of your life. They raise your fucking insurance rates. They fucking drop the property values around you. They up the crime. And it's good black people who try to act like it's not happening. And you can say that, oh yeah, white people committing crimes like that, but I'm just saying, bro, I ain't never seen a drive-by in a fucking trailer park, bro. I ain't never seen it. Like, your shit might get stolen in the trailer park once in a blue moon over some meth head. But like the odds and the probability, bro, is going down where the niggers are at. Not the brothers, not the black men, not the black understanding. People want to work every day because your fucking nigger sons out here trying to act like they want to live the right lifestyle with these rappers. Like, that's what it is, man. We are essence.
I still disagree with you on that, my brother. See, the problem is that what y'all want, what people like you want, is that you want the good black people to take accountability for the bad black people. And that's basically what this breaks down to. And so the overall connection is like, I know Let me finish. I just want to correct you. I just want to correct you. No, I just want to correct you. I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to correct you on one thing. I don't want you to take responsibility or speak up or answer. I want you to help people out. I want to vote these niggas out like campus tries to. I want them gone. I want, if my son and your son is behaving in nigger activity, I want you and me to go down and get rid of them. One way or another. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's cool. But see, my point to you is that when you talk as if that's the majority of the black community, and that's not. Let me finish, baby. Let me finish. So listen, there's never been a time period where we didn't take accountability for the crime in our neighborhoods. There's never been a time period where we didn't acknowledge the crime. That's the reason why the crime rate has dropped since the 90s, because we've been dealing with those issues. You understand what I'm saying?
There was.
Nobody wants nobody wants people like you to take accountability. The problem is this. The problem is this: is that you guys want to live around white people. You guys wanted this free prayer.
Let me.
God damn it! Can I finish, Kate?
Alright, go ahead.
But okay, so you want to be treated fairly, all of this stuff. And it's like, okay, so you want to live amongst us. Okay, we have rules. We have a way of operating. And it just seems like, well, golly gee, you have a segment of the black population that cannot live by the fucking rules that we have. And obviously bending those rules, for these miscreant blacks it's not an acceptable option. And what you get is you get the black community, like with Carmelo Anthony, all of a sudden, they rally around him, they basically reverse who's the victim and who's the offender, and they start attacking not only the kid that was killed, but is saying vicious, nasty things about the kid, the father, then the white community. And it's just like, but you know what? Fuck you guys. I mean, it doesn't work that way. When do you see us celebrating? Anywhere in the mainstream. For example, that kid in Buffalo that went into the shopping center and just started shooting all the black people he saw. Who's in the mainstream? Whether it's an influencer, a politician, the news. Who sticks up for that kid? Who stuck up for Dylan Roof when he went to a black church? Where they were kind enough to let this awkward, autistic white boy, pray with them, and then he fucking killed him afterwards. Like, he's a gross person. Obviously a very sick kid. Who's saying oh, well, golly gee, let's try to downplay this. Nobody downplayed it.
Alright, let me respond to this.
And we should not. We don't want you guys constantly trying to. You try to make martyrs out of the shittiest fucking people in your society and run cover for them. And it is absolutely obnoxious. And it's not only toxic for the whole fucking country, but it's especially toxic for your fucking community.
Yeah, so Pepe, there's never been a time.
Nobody want to live around fucking white people.
Yeah, there's never been a time period when we saying murderers or criminals or nothing like that. What we talk about is the unfairness of the system. So that same white person that you're talking about that goes out there and commit a crime, so they're going to get a lesser crime than a black person that's just driving drunk. That's what we fight against, is the unfairness of the system. You understand what I'm saying? So if a white person can drive drunk, go drive through a crowd of people and get off with just probation, but a black person still a piece of candy at the corner store and get 20, 30 years, that's what we fight
against. Show me where those examples actually happen. That's so fucking stupid.
No, so Pepe, listen. When y'all talk about the black community, when y'all talk about black people, it's y'all. Y'all do this, y'all do that, y'all do this. But y'all don't ever take ownership of the white crime in America. Even in this conversation, even with us breaking down the stats, white people commit the most crime in America. Y'all are still trying to derail the conversation and switch everything around. Yes, you did.
No, do you understand when that other guy was confidently listing? He was listing the crime numbers. Hold on, but you're not. No. This needs to be alerting. No. This needs to be. No. This needs to be a learning experience, because I don't think you Sig ended up, hold on, Sig ended up alluding to it. Sig ended up alluding to it. So Sig ended up alluding to it while the other people, okay, all right. Sig was alluding to it while UN was speaking. He was saying how whites commit the majority of these crimes. It was actually kind of comical. He would list how there's like 400,000 violent crimes that are committed by whites and 200,000 that are committed by blacks. And it's just like in his head, he doesn't realize, oh, but we're like over 4 times the population. But you don't see how you guys are committing literally. You're literally. No, it's not. Okay, per capita is only stupid to stupid people.
No, it's so stupid. Okay. So answer this.
Yeah, it's absolutely no. It's how you compare 2 different groups of different populations. You have to compare them. It's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, answer this for me then. Why is it in America that white? Hold on, real quick, bro. Hold on, Pep. So answer this for me. Why is it in America white Americans get less time for sexual
okay, that is actually bullshit. That is bullshit.
It's a basic robbery.
I don't know. How would you know that? So
Why?
Okay, hold on. Was it when you were a Goya bean eating spick that was in prison and you converted to Islam on Shalad that you and then you became like basically a jihadist? You're basically disgracing your Catholic ancestry. Usually spicks are proud, but you're obviously not proud because you adopted that of a foreign. Yeah, you're saying that about your ancestors. That's lying. That's your blood. That is your bloodline, bro.
Pep, we know you said.
That is your bloodline. You literally, you can talk shit about Catholics all you want. That is literally your bloodline.
You just touched little boy. That's why you agree with that shit. Because you're a Mexican that dyed their skin color the same as Trump. You want to be white so bad.
You believe in a third world shit-skin religion. If I wanted to adopt the religion of a fucking 6th century fucking butcher your big fucking children
from the Vatican,
you're prophet.
Boys in the confession room, and
that's cute. But what's really funny is that your prophet literally raped your prophet literally raped little girls.
Are you getting
so? No. The person that you revere more than anybody, the prophet Muhammad. He literally raped children. So you can talk shit about Catholics all you want, but if we don't have a prophet or a Messiah that is a child rapist, that is literally like the worst flex you could possibly fucking make.
Yes, I have, and I guarantee you right now, in every state in the United States, all 50 of them, more white men not only are convicted for sexual assault or sexual abuse of women or children, they get far less time than a black American or a Latino American. Yes, they just get less time because why? Because it's a white rape crime.
This is fucking ridiculous. Sex crimes are uniquely, overwhelmingly done at a higher rate, by literally blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Blacks by a long shot, but Hispanics you guys commit sexual assault.
Mothers and their own daughters. White guys are the molesters. They molest their own children. That's a white crime. Everyone knows.
No, you guys actually have a higher rate. This is where your tropes mean nothing. Your tropes mean nothing. You guys